to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Mayor.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. The agenda. All right. Do you have an agenda? Thank you. Tonight's got a jam-packed agenda. The first three items are public executive session, and they're all related to the budget. The first one is for the Water Pollution Control Authority. The second vote will be revenues and expenses for the Fairfield Regional Fire Training School. The third one will be the budget for the entire town, including the Board of Education. The fourth item is an enrollment projection review from Malone and McBroom that's dealing with the school system. This is a presentation that was heard by the Board of Education earlier this year. The fifth item is the resolution for $1.5 million for the planning design for Mill Hill School. The sixth item is $3.2 million for planning design cost estimates for Sherman School. And then there's any other communication. This is also our April regularly scheduled meeting. With that in mind, there is no public comment for the first three items. Do I have any questions, comments, or concerns from board members? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to go right to item number one, which is public to hear, consider, and act upon proposed revenues and expenditures in the amount of $5,626,215 for the Water Pollution Control Authority for the fiscal year of July 1st, 2018 through June 30th, 2019, as recommended by the Board of Selectmen. Can I have a motion to put that before us? We'll go with Mr. Mottola, seconded by Mr. DeWitt. The item is now before us. Mr. Mayor did provide me with updated information just a couple of minutes ago. A small adjustment to the revenue and therefore to the expense on the WPCA. Mr. Mayor, can you walk us through this item very quickly?
Linda's going to take it.
Okay, well, turn it on. Thank you.
Upside down.
Okay.
Okay. This week we received a letter from the Office of the Treasurer from the state of Connecticut, which delineated the exact amount of the nitrogen removal credit that we will be receiving in FY19. So with that hard number in mind, we are asking you to adjust the nitrogen removal credit in both the water pollution control budget and then later again in the general fund, because each one of those funds receives a piece of that number.
And this is a reduction in revenue and therefore a reduction in expense on WPCA, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, the amount of that reduction is $14,287. I'm going to make the motion to adjust.
It's an increase in the user fees to make up for the...
Oh, that's right, correct.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to make the motion to adjust the nitrogen removal credit in the WPCA budget based on the additional information from the state of $14,287 and increase the user fees in account 43001 for the WPCA budget by the same amount, $14,287. Will someone second my motion? Well, take Mrs. Marmion. The motion is now before us. Any questions, comments, or concerns from board members on this motion on the WPCA budget? Seeing none, all in favor of reducing the nitrogen removal credit by $14,287 and increasing the amount to be raised by user fees by the same amount in the WPCA budget? All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? That item carries. The budget is now before us as amended by that amount. Can you give me the new budgeted number? Well, the number remains the same because it was a transfer of revenue.
Yes.
So the item is back before us by the same amount as amended, though. $5,626,215 for the Water Pollution Control Authority. Questions, comments, board members? Anybody have anything? Seeing none, I'm going to call this for a vote to consider and act upon the proposed revenues and expenditures in the amount of $5,626,215 for the Water Pollution Control Authority for the fiscal year July 1st, 2018 through June 30th, 2019, as recommended by the Board of Selectmen and as amended. All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? That item carries. Okay, second item on the agenda is the consider and act upon the proposed revenues and expenditures in the amount of $137,217 for the Fairfield Regional Fire Training School for the fiscal year of July 1st, 2018 through June 30th, 2019, as recommended by the Board of Selectmen. Can I have a motion to put this before us? Mr. DeWitt, seconded. We'll go with Ms. Zesmo. Questions, comments, concerns from board members on this item?
I say reduce.
Mr. Walsh?
I'm going to make a proposed motion, and before I do it, I just would like to talk to you about, and I spoke to the chief today about this, and he has no objection to what I'm going to propose. As many of us know, the state pulled the funding on the fire center to the tune of about $70,000, and the fire department have been working with our state representatives and many of the state representatives across the state to try to restore this funding, because the governor basically just went into the accounts and took the money. But there has been a move afoot to try to get those funds restored. And there's ideas about doing a small tax on fire insurance. There's about a dozen things out there that they're looking at. And it seems as though possible that those funds may be restored, which would mean that possibly we would not need to fund all of this amount. Now, the other thing we discussed was something the chief discussed during his presentation, which was some of the expenses in this line item go to some expenses the town was always paying. Electricity and some other expenses that were in other departments like Public Works and things like that, to the tune of about $25,000. And the chief would like to see those, obviously, funds stay, the town to continue to pay those fees, which I don't really have a problem with because we were always paying them. The $70,000 grant, that we might get from the state when this is all worked out, he would come back and talk to us about his proposal for how he would see that being spent. He thought maybe half of it would go towards training, to subsidize the training costs so that we could lower the fees to other towns, and so that there might be actually more usage down there. And some of it would go towards maintenance of the area, such as the fire burn building and things like that, which would basically make us whole at that point in time. So my thought was to only fund the line that says the fire training fees line, the $58,950 number, change that to $25,000, and we would take the difference, which is $33,950, and move that into contingency. So we wouldn't be taking the money completely out of the budget. We'd put it in contingency, and if this plan with the state doesn't go through, we would restore those fees at a later time. The chief said that would last till at least probably November or December. So I want to make a motion to reduce that line, the 42,156 line, by $33,950, leaving $25,000 in there, and also to increase the town's contingency amount by that exact same amount.
So it's a transfer.
Transfer.
Do you have that,
And-
Mr. Mayor? Do you have that written down? Do we have a second to Mr. Walsh's motion? Seconded by Mrs. Leclerc. Any further discussion on the motion by Mr. Walsh? Yeah, Mr. Mottola.
I will support this as long as there's an understanding by this board that if the state doesn't do what it may do or supposed to do, that the money's going to go back into.
And I agree with that, Mr. Mottola. Matter of fact, if I think if a representative votes in favor of this, they will transfer if the chief comes back. So if you don't plan on doing that, vote no on this. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I just want to make sure I understand that because the training school is a standalone fund,
Yeah, what
by
we'll do
putting
is
it
we'll,
into, you might want to create a contingency account with inside the training, because
No.
otherwise you're increasing the general fund.
yeah, we want to put it in the general fund in contingency. That's
Okay.
specific.
Okay.
That's what the-
Just so you know, you're increasing the expenditures in the general fund.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you. Do we have any other questions, comments, concerns on this item? Mr. Becker?
Would there actually be maybe, to accomplish this, would we actually, within the fire budget, make the reduction for the payment and then actually
I
put
was
that
going to
into
ask Mr.
contingency?
Mayor after we do this.
And then maybe within the self-supporting, we need to make this adjustment on the revenue, but also something somewhere within the expense side to
Mr. Mayor?
offset it?
Yeah, you have to have a zero impact on the general fund. You want to make a reduction in the payments, in the training payments from the fire department to the.
Correct,
to
so
the
that's
special
what
training.
we'll do.
That's what.
Exactly. Thank you. So when we come to the fire department, we'll make the corresponding reduction and throw it into contingency. All right, we all know what the intent here is. Is everybody clear? Seeing it? All in favor of this amendment?
Mr. Mayor was.
Opposed? Abstentions? That item carries unanimously. So this budget as amended is now before us. Mr. Mayor, anything to say?
Well, I was just going to say, there is a capital account in the fire, in the training school that
Okay.
exists.
Anybody else?
So to that, is it now not, we have a revenue and an expense
We-
within the
we re-
self-supporting that's not even?
We reduced both sides, did we not, by that motion? That was the intent of the motion. Yeah.
Reduce the expenditure and the revenue.
We reduced the expenditure and the revenue for now.
And they'll sort out the.
Correct.
Okay, just making sure.
Anybody else? Okay, that item carries. Now, can you give me the adjusted number for the fire school, just so that I have the appropriate amount with Mr. Walsh's adjustment? What was the exact amount of the adjustment, Mr. Walsh?
33,950 reduction.
137,217, it's 33,950. 103.
267.
Okay, so now the item before us for the fire school is revenues and expenditures in the amount of 103,267. Anybody have any other questions, comments, concerns on that? Seeing none, the item before us, I'm going to call for a vote, is to consider and act upon proposed revenues, expenditures in the amount of $103,267 for the Fairfield Regional Training Center, or school, for the fiscal year July 1st, 2018 through June 30th, 2019, as recommended by the Board of Selectmen. All in favor of this? Opposed? Abstentions? That item carries. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to call the budget before us, okay? And before I start calling for votes on it, I'm going to ask that we just do the other side of this transaction on the fire school, just so that we don't lose it, okay, in the fire department. So we'll just do the amendment straight out, and then we'll go through each department by department, and I'll call for each department. Is that good with everybody? All right. Item number 3, to consider and act upon a proposed revenues and appropriations in the amount of $305,324,624 for the general fund for the fiscal year of July 1st, 2018 through June 30th, 2019, is recommended by the Board of Selectmen. Do I have a motion to put this before us? We'll go with Mr. DeWitt, a second, Mrs. Esma. The item is now before us. Can we go to that one adjustment we just did, just to make sure it's within the fire department? Mr. Walsh, you want to call for your adjustment there? It's a transfer.
Yeah, so transfer to contingency
Yep.
of the $33,950.
And we're going to transfer that from the fire department
Department
to
to
contingency.
town contingency.
Okay. Do I have a,
The training line, correct?
yes. Do I have a second? We'll go with Mr. DeWitt on the second on that. Questions, comments, concerns from board members? Seeing none, all in favor of that transfer? Opposed, abstentions? That item is transferred into the contingency from the fire department. Okay. I'm going to open up, I'm going to do a page flip. If we turn to our budget book, our proposed budget book, I'm going to just go department by department. I'm going to open it up at the very top. We're not going to vote on current year levy, tax levy, until we get done with the budget, right? But all other line items, revenue line items, are now before us. I'm going to take one. It is the exact same item that was before us previously, and that is I'm going to make a motion to decrease in object code 48202, the nitrogen removal credit, by $5,212. That's based on better available information from the state. Do I have a second to my motion to reduce revenue? We're going to go with Mr. Mottola on that. Any other questions, comments on just this amendment? Seeing none, all in favor of this item? Opposed, abstentions, that item carries unanimously. So now the revenue as amended is before us, again, without current year tax levy. Does anybody else have anything else related to revenue? Mr.
I have
Walsh?
one item.
Mr. Walsh.
In regards to the town clerk's conveyance taxes, which is object code 42312,
Okay. Go right ahead.
I don't have I know the selectmen increased that by 20,000.
Yep.
20,000. I want to increase it by another $600, and I'll explain that later on.
$600 an increase on that revenue line item. Do we have a second for that increase? We'll second it, Mrs. Leclerc. Any discussion on this item? $600 increase on the conveyance tax, $600 an increase. Seeing none, all in favor of increasing conveyance tax by $600? Those opposed, abstentions, that item carries unanimously. Any other adjustments to revenue in the budget? I'm going through page, all the way through really page, my pages weren't sticking together, 45. Seeing none on revenue other than current year tax levy, I'm going to start going department by department. What I'm going to do is call the departments out. Anybody who has an adjustment, we'll stop there and go for those adjustments. Is that okay with everybody? Just call it out in case I miss you. Okay, we'll go first Selectman's office. Town Clerk's office. FairTV. Sorry, Jerry, nothing for FairTV. Administrative Services. Registrar of Voters. Zoning Board of Appeals. Town Planning and Zoning. Sorry, guys. Having page problems. If I skip a page, please let me know. Probate Court. Historic District Commission. Conservation. Shellfish Commission. Come on, somebody's got to have an adjustment. Legal Services. Miscellaneous contingencies. Active Employee Benefits. Human Resources. Community and Economic Development. Harbor Management Commission. Okay. I do not believe I missed anything in that section of the budget. Contingency was already adjusted per our actions just a couple of minutes ago. Contribution to surplus. Other adjustments will have an impact on this because this is a calculated amount, so we can come back to it to the extent there's other adjustments. Okay, I'm going to go not-for-profit agencies. I'm going to read them off. Regional Youth and Adult Action Partnership, Pequot Library, LifeBridge Community Services, the Discovery Museum, Audubon Society, Greater Bridgeport Transit Authority, Fairfield Museum and History Center, Southwest Regional Mental Health Board, Janus Center for the Youth in Crisis, Grassmere by the Sea, Sullivan McKinney Elder Housing, the Kennedy Center, Mill River Wetland Committee, the Pilot House, and the Center for Family Justice. Anybody, anything through those areas? Seeing none, we'll continue. We're going to go to private bus transportation. I believe this has already been looked at. And health and human services, anything in health and human services? And welfare services, my apologies. Seeing none, we're going into the finance area of the budget. Finance department, anything? Seeing none, we're going to purchasing. Anything in purchasing? Seeing none, go to the assessors. Anything in the assessors? Seeing none, we'll go to tax collector. Anything in tax collector? Nothing. We'll go to information technology. Anything in IT? We'll go to, still on information technology. Going once, going twice. I feel like an auctioneer.
That'd be the fastest we ever handle that department.
Say it again?
Everybody's buying.
Yeah. Nobody's got their paddles out. This is really becoming annoying with these pages. Board of Finance. Mr. Walsh?
Yes. I am going to make a motion that we increase our, I guess it would be under part-time payroll, object 51030, by the same $600. That's what that $600 was for. We had not given our clerks, who have done a great job. Jen's not here, but Bob's is our clerk, and Jen is, I forget what her...
Jen Carpenter,
Jen
assistant
Carpenter's
clerk.
the assistant clerk. And we've not given them any raises for the last 3 years. And I just thought that they should be recognized for the fine work that they've been doing for our board throughout this time. So that works out to be, I believe, a 6.7, so add $600. I think it should be proportionally split based on the amounts they both currently make. I think Bob is getting $4,000 and Jen's getting $4,400.
4,800.
4,800, excuse me. So proportionally split between them. It's a 6.7, if you take the $600, it's 6.7 percent increase, but that's over 3 years, so it's just a little over 2% a year, which is kind of cognizant of what the other unions have been giving as increases, and I just thought that they both needed to be recognized because we just haven't done it, and it's just something we slips our minds.
Do we have a second to that motion? We'll go with Mrs. Marmion on the second. Any other comments, questions? I do want to, A, this is over a 3-year period. B, they do fine work. C, I'd like to thank Jennifer Carpenter, who doesn't come to our meetings, but truly does a wonderful job. I work with her on a day in and day out basis, and she's fantastic to work with, and wholeheartedly support this. I guess we have to throw Mr. Mayor in there as well, but it's kind of a package deal, I guess.
Thank you on Jennifer on my behalf.
Any other questions, comments, concerns on this item? Seeing none, all in favor of this increase? Opposed, abstentions? That item carries unanimously. For a minute there, Jim, I thought you were going to do a stipend for the chairman of the board or something. I was getting excited. All right.
Next year, we'll see how it goes.
Unemployment compensation. Anybody have anything? Seeing none, we'll move on. Public safety. We're going to go into the fire department. Does anybody have something on the fire department? We already handled the fire training school adjustment. Mr. Walsh, you had something?
So the training number's been reduced by the same 33,950?
Correct.
Okay, excellent. Okay, and I have one other matter, which is on their capital. The shift commander vehicle. This was another conversation I had with the chief, and he was not going to be here, but he said I could represent his position, and this came after a meeting with him. As many of you recall, I had questioned him because this is a fully loaded shift commander vehicle for $106,000, and it comes fully equipped with all brand-new equipment in it, and they're going to be able to take some of the equipment off that still has life in it and be able to use it in the fire department. And the chief and I had come to an understanding that he said that he could afford to give up $7,500 of that based on being able to use that equipment elsewhere. One slight caveat is that he's got very good numbers on this vehicle because they've done it he's talked to other people and other departments that have done it. But, I mean, in the rare instance that something in putting it together, he might have to come back to us if it ran over, but he doesn't see that that's going to happen. But he just wanted me to state that, and I said I'd respect that. So it's a $7,500 reduction to bring that number down to $98,500.
And that would be included in capital outlay, which is account 57000 in the fire department.
Yes.
Do we have any, Mrs. Esmo?
So there's, am I on?
Yes.
There's
Well, actually,
no-
I'm sorry. Do I have a second to that? And then I'll come to you. You want to second it?
I'll
Go right
second it.
ahead.
So there's no loss of functional capacity
No,
in this?
no.
Okay.
It's really savings, and they'll still fully equip it with all brand-new equipment. It's just being able to use the equipment and not having to buy other things.
Anybody have any questions, comments, concerns on this item? Seeing none, I'm going to call for a vote on the amendment to reduce the capital outlay, object code 57000, specifically the command vehicle, by $7,500. All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? That line item carries unanimously as a reduction. And we'll move on. Anybody else have anything in the fire department? Seeing none, we'll go to police. Anybody have anything in the police department right now? Okay, there's nothing in the police department. We'll go to animal control. Anything in animal control right now? Anybody in animal control? Seeing none. Streetlights? Nobody wants to get rid of a street light on their block. Okay. Hydrants and water? Hydrants and water, anything there? And emergency management. Emergency management, anything there? Seeing none, the ECC, the Emergency Communications Center, anything in the ECC? Seeing none, we will move on. Public Works. First item is Public Works Administration. That department, anybody have anything in Public Works Administration? Seeing none, Public Works Operations, and I do have an item here for Public Works Operation. I took the opportunity, based on discussions, ongoing discussions we've been having between our board with Joe Michelangelo, the head of DPW, the CFO, and with information provided by the head of Human Resources to come up with some reductions in this area. The total amount of the reductions is $125,755. These reductions include in regular payroll, which is account number 51010, $60,154. This is for a vacancy hold on one position. This is not to eliminate a position, but just leave it as a vacancy hold for the entirety of the fiscal year. The related Social Security savings on that hold is 52200. Social Security, that's $4,601 associated with that position. In addition, in reviewing the contracted property services, we found some additional funds in that line item. That would be line item 54010, and that is a reduction of $48,000 flat. And I'm going to throw, for purposes of this motion, because we're not voting by department, the impact of that is roughly $112,755. And because of those reductions, we can reduce the contribution to surplus by a total of $13,000. That would be item 58970 in Department 2020, that's contribution to surplus. The grand total of those reductions is $125,755. Do I have a second to my motion? We'll go with Mrs. Marmion for the second. Again, this comes through discussions with Mr. Michelangelo, as well as Human Resources, as well as the Chief Fiscal Officer. Our understanding is this should not impede services in the next fiscal year. Go right ahead, Mrs. Marmon.
Thank you. So where are they finding this savings? I mean, it's not going to impact services, but something's got to give. If they budgeted, if they gave us a lean budget, what's happening?
So they've held the position vacant, and they're just going to hold it vacant for a year, and they believe they can move forward and not have a deleterious effect on our services for the next year.
I was actually referring to the contracted services.
The contracted services as well. They had put some, quite frankly, they had put some cushion in their numbers for if they needed it, if something went wrong. But since we do have contingency accounts, and they do have a rather large number in contracted services already, he said he didn't think, he being Mr. Michelangelo, said he did not believe that would be a problem, and the CFO concurred. Is that
Eliminating a vacancy hold, is that this has the same effect as actually reduction to contingency?
No. And eliminating the vacancy hold, so it is within the salary line item. And very specifically, we're not eliminating the position, so we're not reducing staff at this point. What we are doing is saying we're going to hold that position open for the next fiscal year, so we're not funding that position in this fiscal year as opposed to eliminating the position. So Mr. Michelangelo will come back to us next year, and we will have a discussion over whether that worked out or it did not work out, and make a determination on the position at that time.
Understood, thanks.
Sure. Anybody else?
Well,
Mr. Mayor, do you have anything to add?
No, you've stated the conversation and discussions and the reasons therefore quite correctly.
Thank you. Mr. Walsh?
And I just, to get to Ms. Marmion's question, I was a little surprised by the contingency amount, but they maintain a contingency within that contracted services in that, in case something happens that they're not expecting, which I was surprised about. So in services, I was happily surprised from hearing from Mr. Flynn that they were not going to be cut.
Yep. Thank you. Anybody else? Seeing none, I'm going to call for a vote on reducing, per my 4 line items, the budget by $125,755. All in favor of this? Opposed? Abstentions? That item carries. So that reduction should be recorded in the budget. Mr. Mayor, I think that concludes kind of the new information that I have and the reduction for that. We'll go to Building Department. Does anybody have anything on the Building Department? Seeing none. We'll go to Engineering. Does anybody have anything on Engineering? Seeing none. We're going to move on to the section of the budget entitled Health and Welfare. I believe that's what it's entitled. Yes, it is. And we're going to go to the Health Department. Anybody have anything on the Health Department? Seeing none. We'll go to Human and Social Services. Does anybody have anything on Human and Social Services? Seeing none. We'll go to Solid Waste and Recycling. Do we have anything on Solid Waste and Recycling? Nobody. There were some adjustments made from that by the Board of Selectmen for new information. We will go to now, finalizing that section, Culture and Recreation. We'll start with the Library main branch. Anybody have anything there? Seeing none. We'll go to the Library Fairfield Woods branch. Anybody have anything there? So we see none. We'll go to Penfield Pavilion Complex. There were some adjustments made to this. We will like to see some follow-up on this regarding where we stand versus when we originally funded it. We would like to see that at one of our quarterly review meetings. Perhaps September would be the appropriate time for that, in that time frame. Thank you. Do we have anything? Penfield. Seeing none, we'll go to Park and Recreation. Do we have anything there? Park and Recreation. Seeing none, we'll go to Waterfront and the Marina. Waterfront and the Marina. Okay. The Carl Dickman Golf Course. Anything from the Carl Dickman Golf Course? None. We'll go to the H. Smith Richardson Golf Cars. Anybody have anything on H. Smith Richardson? Seeing none, that ends that section of the budget. Now before us is the Board of Education budget. This budget is before us at $173,000,000, I scared you there for a second, $173,956,991, an increase of 3.1% year over year. Discussion on this items, yes.
Board of Selectmen reduced that budget. So do you want to vote on the Board of Selectmen recommended
Yes,
budget?
please,
Let's
give us
do
that, thank you.
Sure. The number is 173,704,991.
Okay, the item before us is 173,704,991. Thank you very much. Okay, discussion on this item. Mr. DeWitt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our superintendent proposed a $430,000 expense reduction in supplies in the 2019 budget, with principal, headmaster, and dean support. Was it perfect? No. But our superintendent was willing to test the waters to try to implement change. As we know today, the Board of Education decided to not support that initiative and voted to reinstate those funds for supplies. This reinstatement of funds was curious to me, given the extensive discussions that we have had on both special education and facilities this fiscal year and in previous fiscal years. They both need additional funds, but the debate over using the superintendent's change for either of these purposes did not occur. From my perspective, either of these would have been a better use of these funds. That point aside, I can tell you there's two pieces of good news for the Board of Ed. One, their town side counterparts delivered approximately a 1.3% budget increase that brought the overall town budget increase to just about 2.25%. This is just about the rate of inflation, which is good news. But the 2019 town budget is also infused with prior year savings that total $1.6 million, which helps a lot. The second piece of good news is that, although we looked, there appears to be no real benefit to the taxpayers or the students by reducing the Board of Ed budget by $403,000. So tonight, I will neither make a motion nor support a reduction in the Board of Ed budget for 2019. This statement comes with a warning for next year, though. As the teacher's salary increase grows from 1.55% this year to 2.92 in the 2020 fiscal year, and then up to 3.52 the year after, the Board of Ed budget will be further burdened. Additional programs proposed in this budget will also increase the long-term burden on the Board of Education. Add to this the fact that there may be less or no supplement to the town side budget from prior years. If everything else remains a constant, it's not hard to see where our budget percent will go next year. So my advice and my request is that our superintendent keep looking for those reductions, expense reductions, that the Board of Ed support her pursuit of those reductions, and the Board of Ed engage the Board of Finance regarding the fiscal challenges that face the overall town, along with being advocates for our children.
Thank you, Mr. DeWitt. Mr. Mottola.
Thank you. I'm not going to make any motions to reduce this budget. Just a couple of things I wanted to point out. The school side budget now is at 2.95% increase after some adjustments, so it is very close to the rate of inflation, a little higher if you want to use that as a measuring stick. The budget helps the district move forward in science, technology, and in special education. We heard that presentation a couple of times from the Board of Ed about how important that is. I just wanted to point out briefly, and I won't go on too long here, what other districts in the area, what their proposed increases have been compared to ours. Because whether we like it or not, we're compared to some of these other towns. For example, Westport is a 3.9% increase. Trumbull was at 5%, but $1 million was transferred from a contingency account, so it's about a 3.77%. Darien's 3%. Milford's at 1.87%. East and Reading is at 4.34%, but originally proposed at 9%. New Canaan's at 3.4%. Wilton's at 2.25%. Greenwich is at 2.19%. But the real increase in the Greenwich budget, according to the information I saw, is about a 4.28% increase because the town moved school-related expenses over to the Board of Ed budget. So
that was a transfer, not an increase.
so, and I guess the town was carrying some of their expenses, and so, the way I looked at it. So my point is that what was proposed by the Board of Education is right around what our area districts, pretty close, what they have been proposing for increases. So I just wanted to point that out. And I think the Board of Ed always has to look for efficiencies, keep doing it. You've done that over the years. I think everyone on this board would request that you keep doing that. Thank you for the hard work. Thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. Walsh?
Just following up on the last two speakers, a couple things. First, I know that I and all of us here want to have a first-class education, and I'm going to support this, even though I wasn't thoroughly happy with some of the ways we got there. I'm not going to beat a dead horse about what the board did with the $403,000. But I can't say that I won't do anything next year if that same type of methodology is followed. We have to have fun technology in our budget. Right now, there's no technology in our budget. The 403 has been removed. So next year, you're starting off from a zero balance in that account. It's really, you're going to have to find that 403 someplace. You can't plan on the fact that we're going to all of a sudden expect to have another, $1 million savings that comes up in our insurance. It's a rarity. I'm happy that it happened, but next year we're starting off with a technology line that was at zero, and you're having to get up to probably somewhere around $400,000, if not more. So I'm telling the board that I think that you really can't do what you did this year. I mean, I'm not going to beat it to death. I've already done that, I think. So, but I also will say you have some challenges ahead of you because of the upcoming increases in your contract that's just gone into place. It's going to be increasing. We're going to be going up a full percentage point in the salary line, more money that needs to be found. And I think some of the savings that Dr. Jones and her budget to the board found, our ideas are going to have to come to the table again. Otherwise, other ideas, which I can't fathom, but I know school districts are having to struggle with, pay to play, and other ideas are going to have to come to the forefront. So I just think that it's going to become more difficult next year. And we have a declining enrollment in our town, and I think we've added 30 staff members now, 15 this year and approximately 15. I might be off by 1 or 2 here or there, but we've added 30 staff members in 2 years, much of it to special ed. And after examining it, I want to provide a first-class special education department. I do. I think a community should be judged by how they treat their most needy. And that should be going forward. But I think we can't just keep adding 15 people a year without having sacrifices in some areas. So hopefully some of these costs will level out. Hopefully we can find savings next year in other areas. But we have some challenges ahead, and there's dark clouds coming on the horizon. And if the state continues to cut us the way they've been cutting us, especially in the education area, it's going to become more difficult. So that's all I have to say for now.
Anybody else? Mr. Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to follow up on Mr. Mottola, and I understand looking at other districts, but this is my personal view. I just have no interest in what other districts do. What Trumbull does, what Darien does, what New Canaan does, what Greenwich does, it doesn't affect us. And maybe if they spend more, or if they increase their budget more, it could just mean they waste more. What we're looking for from the administration, and I think the administration does this, or tries to do this, is to put forth an efficient, effective budget possible for the kids of Fairfield, for our town, and for our taxpayer. And, yeah, next year, most likely, is going to be tougher, but that's what we have our superintendent and her administration to come forth with a budget that's going to work for our town, our kids, and our taxpayer. So, I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Anybody else? Seeing none. Oh, I'm sorry. Who's there? Mrs. Marmon. I'm sorry. You got to raise your hands high.
I
I'm
actually
getting
was
old.
raising my hand.
Go ahead.
But anyway, I'll speak up. Thank you. I just want to follow up on what Mr. Brown said and what some others have said this evening. And I fully support this budget. And I actually think it's a lean budget. It's a responsible budget. Most importantly, this budget makes some investments. And as I said at the public forum we had, I believe we need to make investments. It's not just enough to hold the line. And importantly, that's what this budget does in terms of investing in our special education programs and actually making some structural changes, which is bringing the social workers in-house. I think that's very smart, and I think it will save us money and also meet the emotional needs of our most needy kids. And we've seen the mental health issues that are out there, and I'm so happy we're investing in our kids in this way. But more importantly, just to what Mr. Brown said, which is that there's so much about investing in our kids, and if we have a strong school system, we have a great town, and I believe that's true. And also, of course, a strong school contributes to strong property values, and as a homeowner, that's important to me and to many of us as taxpayers. But more importantly, I think research has shown that if we invest in our schools, if we have very strong schools, then we can grow our grand list because we're going to be attractive to companies. And there's been so much said about the need in this town to grow our grand list as a financial necessity. And I don't think we should overlook the fact that if other towns are investing in their educational programming at a higher rate or a smarter rate, and we're left behind, then that's going to impact us overall financially. So I just want to point that out, that I do think it's important that we maintain an excellent school system for multiple reasons. Thank you.
Ms. Esma.
I do support this budget, and I want to thank the superintendent, her administration, and the Board of Ed for cost savings and efficiencies. I do think it's lean, and I do think it addresses our concerns. However, I have some further concerns. I do not like comparing business to government. It's a false equivalency, but let's do that for a second. If I'm running a business, I care what my competitors are doing. If I'm running a business, I care about giving my shareholders a return on their investment. This is an investment in our town. We want people to come here for our schools. We want to hold the value or give our homeowners liquidity, which is what growing the grand list does. And I'm very concerned about the precipitous decline in our per pupil expenditure from 20th to 89th in, I believe, less than 10 years. That does send a signal. That is altering the face of your brand. So whether, we can debate what moves what, where's the empirical data, there is none that says people move here because of our taxes, they move here because of our schools. It's correlated, and there's some causation between what we spend and what our grand list is. So I am concerned that we are starting to see the edge of the cliff. We need to consider maintaining the investment in our greatest asset and what is making our town attractive to businesses and to families and property owners. So I do support this budget.
Thank you. Anybody else? One of the comments is on return on investment, and part of that, and part of your return on how you're doing versus your competitors, is your efficiency. And quite frankly, we've been pretty efficient here as compared to many of our competitors. It's also false to compare us to many of those towns because we get the economies of scales of having 10,000 students where those towns don't. So your overhead and your infrastructure is spread amongst those 10,000 students, therefore reducing your per pupil expenditures as compared to towns like Darien or New Canaan that have to pay for their superintendent over less number of students overall, the PPE. So that's something we should take into consideration. I do support this budget, and I want to congratulate the Board of Education on overall being efficient in their increases this year. And in the investment in special education, I think Mr. Walsh said that right. I do also, however, want to comment on the fact that there are storm clouds. And we've been talking about this for quite some time. It was disappointing to see that the Board of Ed's efforts earlier this year with their joint committee kind of fell apart and needed to be restarted. But I do want to make sure that they are restarted. Because with the increase in teacher salaries next year through their contract, with growing concerns at the state level, we haven't even talked about the impact that the federal tax changes are going to have to the citizens of our town next year. We haven't talked about what's going to happen as the state looks to us to balance their budget more and more. Our taxpayers are going to be squeezed. And not only do we want the best education system that money can buy, more importantly, what this town needs is the best education system that we can afford. And we need to keep that into consideration as well. Because we're relying on 2/3 of our citizens to support an education system that doesn't directly benefit them from the standpoint of day-to-day. And we need to keep all of them into consideration. I'm also concerned that we're starving the town side. We're taking money out of things like paving. We're not investing in computer systems on the town side. We're not investing in several other areas and departments that need time and attention so that we can keep the tax rate low for all of us. And I want to make sure we're not becoming the haves and have-nots as it becomes that. So please, to the Board of Education, to the Education Administration, I appreciate your efforts. We appreciate your efforts to date to provide us with a quality school system. Don't rest because we're not out of this yet. It's not of our making. It's coming from the state. It's coming from the federal government. But it is absolutely going to impact all of us and all of our citizens. On the town side, we've given them a lot of credit for this 1.3% increase. Remember, it's not really that amount. We're offsetting that with carrying forward funds, right? Those funds are about $1.5 million. Their tax increase or their increase in spending, therefore, is closer to 2.6% versus your 2.9%. Not too far off from the rate of inflation, so great, but still not the 1.3 that we're banding about. And those funds might not be available next year. There's only so many times we can carry forward savings, and that might not happen again. So we need to keep this all in consideration and work together collaboratively to make sure that these spending increases don't continue or increase dramatically in the future. One more comment, and I made this at our public forum. There was a lot of rumor and innuendo going around town that somehow this board was going to make a dramatic cut to the Board of Education budget. And I even heard the exact quote of $1 million came out. And as I've said many a time, don't read into our questions, don't read into our tone, don't read into our follow-ups, don't read into our demands. We're trying to gain information. That doesn't mean that we've made a decision in the midst of the process. One of the things I'm proud of this board is that we don't do that. In my 13 years, this is my 13th budget cycle, we've never done that. We weigh the budget collaboratively and in totality, and we don't reach conclusions in the midst of the budget process, at least that I'm aware of. So don't always believe the rumor and innuendo that goes around to get people ganged up on one side or the other for what's going to happen. I think we're pretty deliberative in what we do, and I think we take it all into account. Does anybody else have anything else on this budget? Mrs. Esmond.
Just to follow up to Mr. Walsh's comments, I believe that the increase in employees partly was to increase our capacity for insourcing and mitigate the outsourcing of special needs students.
Yeah, I think some of that is for new program they want to take in-house that we're going to get presentations on a quarterly basis to see whether it makes economic sense and to see whether we can deliver those services as well as we can deliver outside. Because one of my concerns is I don't want to just bring people, these kids who might need special services that we're currently paying outside, if we can't do it as well on the outside. So we're going to be getting presentations on that.
Right.
Some
So
of them,
if
I think eight of the people were for paraprofessionals. And then I think 7 of them were try to start some new services in-house. And we're going to get presentations on that on a quarterly basis from the head of this, Mr. Mancusi.
Mancusi. So it may produce some cost savings or further efficiencies if we're
We got to
lucky.
find out. We don't know. Anybody else? Seeing none, thank you. I'm going to move along, and we'll go to retiree benefits. Any comments on this budget? Questions, concerns? Seeing none, I'll go to debt service. Anything on debt service? We've done the regional fire training center. We've done WPCA.
Can I just make, Mr. Chairman, just a brief
Yep.
comment? Just on debt service, we all know, and I just want, this debt service number is where we're down artificially because we're applying some of the surpluses that we had rolled
Correct.
forward of $1.6 million. So next year, that number technically, since we are out of reserve funds that we've put away, is not going to be able to be applied unless there are some new reserve funds that come in at the end of the year. So we already have a little bit of a tax increase built in for next year, or at least funds we need to find.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Anybody else? Any overall general comments? Before, I'm going to give our team over here a little bit of time to calculate, and I just want to extend our appreciation to, number one, the finance department on the town side. It's not easy to put together a budget, so thank you very much. I want to extend our appreciation to the department heads on the town side for all their hard work and effort and their collaboration. I want to thank the Board of Education and the Superintendent of Schools and your administration, and in specific Ms. Menzel, for all her hard work and efforts. It's not easy to come before our board. We know that. That's our role. That's what it's supposed to be, but you always do it with good humor and graciousness, so we thank you very much for that. We want to thank our colleagues on the Board of Selectmen for their collaboration with us and sharing our table during this budget process. And I want to thank my colleagues for making this process as painless as it can be and for doing it with good humor and good spirit. With that, can you give us the revised number that we will be voting on for the budget?
Yes, the revised appropriation to be voted on is $305,191,969. That will provide a new mill rate of 26.43 with a percent change of 2.36.
2.36.
Yes, sir.
All right, so it's 305,191,969.
Correct.
All right. So I'm going to call this for a vote if nobody has any other comments. So to hear, consider, and act upon proposed revenues and appropriations in the amount of $305,191,969 for the general fund for the fiscal year of July 1st, 2018 through July 30th, 2019, as recommended by the Board of Selectmen. All in favor of this budget? Those opposed? Abstentions? The budget carries. It is passed. So thank you very much for your hard work, everybody. At this point, we're going to take a 5-minute recess, and we'll come right back. Thank you. representatives, if you would please state your names.
I'm Mike Zuba. I'm the Director of Planning with Mylona McBroom, and with me is Pat Gallagher, our Planner 3 at Mylona McBroom.
Thank you. Welcome, gentlemen. I'm going to, and several of my colleagues might get out of the way. Do you have something you need to project? And don't blind me yet. We'll get out of the way, and then after the presentation, I'm sure the board will have questions for you gentlemen. Okay? And ladies and gentlemen in the audience, the reason we asked for this is obviously part of the discussion after this is related to work at 2 of our elementary schools, and we wanted to understand some of the enrollment projections moving forward in order to assess some of the ideas after that we may or may not be funding. So thank you. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you.
It's down.
All right, bear with us while we get the projector fired up so everybody in the audience could see. That's not connected. Can you brighten that up, or is it warming up? All right, while the projector warms up for the sake of time, the Board of Ed invited us to provide an overview of the work we've been assisting them on over the last several years. This is in no means to be a comprehensive take-all-night analysis of every little thing that we've done, everything that we've done, but more so to touch on a lot of the highlights and really get in some of the key parts, in particular the elementary schools, the enrollment projections, as well as some of the facility planning options that we've looked at and the overall facility utilization to help guide the discussion for the latter agenda items of tonight. So just to touch on a little bit of who we are, Pat and I both have been doing school planning throughout the state of Connecticut for a long time. Our key areas are conducting comprehensive enrollment projections, facility utilization studies, long-range plans, typically as part of school referendum and feasibility studies, and then redistricting and reconfiguration plans that are both growth-oriented as well as decline-oriented in school consolidations. We have worked throughout the state of Connecticut, but as you can see in the colored map, a bulk of our work experience has been in Fairfield County, especially over the last 12 years or so. We also work in a lot of the major urban centers of the state of Connecticut, so we have a really good feel for what's happening from the enrollment standpoint. This is a significant part of our business. Pat and I are both AICP certified city planners who just happen to have specializations in demography. So I'd like to take a little step back and a little drive down memory lane before we move forward. As part of a planning effort that kicked off in the fall of 2015, we were charged with being able to assist the Board of Ed with amending the state-mandated racial balance plan. And some of the key components of that, and really our work that we began in November of 2015, we're getting into enrollment projections at that time, getting a good understanding of not only what's happening in the district and from the standpoint of total school enrollment, but looking at the changes in the overall demographic shifts and looking at diversity and a lot of the other criteria that fit into a racial balance plan. At that time, we took a look at the school facilities. It's important to be able to have an understanding of capacity as you're looking at ways to be able to solve this complicated problem to draft the racial balance plan. Many of the options we looked at back in 2016, and Pat will touch on those, I believe there were about 6, we're really looking at a neighborhood K-5 model. They didn't involve any of structural changes. They didn't involve any reorganization. However, at the time, we knew that the district was contemplating school construction projects at Holland Hill as well as Mill Hill. So we tested those various scenarios there with the understanding that either one or both can go to 504 schools, or really 4 section per grade schools. Moving ahead to our most recent scenario planning efforts, which began in the fall, we ran through about 6 additional scenarios. And these were a little different than what we had looked at going back a few years ago. As we began looking at structural changes, we began looking at grade reconfigurations, we began looking at things that were outside of that K-5 neighborhood norm that Fairfield has been known for such a long time. And as part of this, we were also looking and assessing various other options, such as what would be the staffing impacts to some of these reorganization options, as well as could facility consolidation occur, could school pairing such as a K2 3-5 sister school make sense, as well as could pocket redistricting and smaller, more targeted redistricting options make sense for providing a reasonable panel of solutions. And last but not least, we did look at grade reconfigurations, with shifting grades up into the middle school and seeing what that did for the elementary school. And Pat will provide a recap on that in a little bit. While we were going through the 2016 study, there was a separate process through the ad hoc redistricting committee, which was going on concurrently, and it's been long talked about. And one of the key parts that came out of those discussions were really developing guiding principles as they would pertain to redistricting. And since many of the solutions that we were looking at or proposing from the racial balance and facility side involve redistricting, we adopted those guiding principles to help really form the roadmap for what we were looking at for those initial options, as well as all the subsequent options. And the ad hoc redistricting committee adopted or approved these principles back in November. And it was really keeping the neighborhoods intact, really utilizing the natural man-made boundaries, those things that we typically visualize as hard boundaries for the neighborhood schools. Consider the impact of not only busing but also walkers at those schools. Safety should be, a major priority. Go through and phase out all temporary classrooms, so all portable classrooms. As you'll see later on, we're looking at the school facilities, comparing them to the ed spec, but also looking at those spaces that really aren't suitable spaces going forward as part of a facility plan. And strive to have a sustained utilization of 90% across the schools, especially across the elementary schools, keeping siblings in the same schools and very much so in the same feeder pattern as they move up through the middle school and high school, maintaining the district guidelines for class sizes, and last but not least, trying to do all of this with causing the least amount of disruption across the board throughout the community, which is really the big challenge there. Won't spend a lot of time on it, but, looking at McKinley School for, I believe, the last 7 of 8 years, they've been deemed racially balanced per Connecticut General Statute 10-226, which is really when any individual school exceeds the district's minority percentage by more than 25%. That could either be 25% high or 25% low. Every May, the state rectifies those numbers and sends a letter out to the district notifying them that they are in an imbalanced situation. And that was really the impetus for our initial studies, but we've gotten further away from that and have used that more so as one of our guiding criteria as we weighed the options in the latter reconfiguration studies. I'll pass it over to Pat to walk us through some of the scenario planning.
Thanks, Mike. So I'll go into a little more detail on the scenarios that we looked at in 2016, and these were really meant to be comprehensive in nature and long-term in scope, and our focus was on maintaining that neighborhood-based K-5 model, and in order to achieve that, we looked at several conceptual redistricting options. Like I said, we looked at this comprehensively in nature, so we were looking at addressing overcrowding at schools, removing portables, alleviating racial imbalance at McKinley, and really our threshold for success at McKinley was we wanted to get it within 20% of the district average, and really striving to achieve all of these goals and objectives within those guiding principle parameters that were set by the board. So we went through several conceptual redistricting options, and we did run scenarios with and without various school construction projects. When we ran scenarios without either Mill Hill or Holland Hill at 504, we were not able to address overcrowding to the point where we could remove portables or get McKinley under 20% of the district average for racial balance. Similarly, we tested a scenario that only had construction at Holland Hill at 504 students. And again, we were able to address some of the overcrowding at Holland Hill, but we weren't able to do it comprehensively and address it at Sherman or Mill Hill. And similarly, we were not able to get McKinley within 20% of the district racial balance average. When we ran scenarios with both Holland Hill and Mill Hill at 504, we were able to successfully address overcrowding, remove portables, and get McKinley within 20% of the district average for racial balance. And I'll go into a little more detail with some maps in a little bit, just showing kind of the process behind this. So, as Mike mentioned before, we do redistricting plans for communities across the state, whether it's for new facilities, consolidation of facilities, and everything in between. And it's always a challenge. There's always trade-offs associated with different redistricting options. So the map here shows your current boundaries in different colors, and in black is your 2017 enrollment. We do take a very technical approach. We get all of your enrollment by address and use this to test the viability of different options. The challenge with comprehensive redistricting is that the schools that have some of the empty seats are far from the schools that are overcrowded. So Roger Sherman in the far south side of the district is very far from North Stratfield, which has the most space available. And in order to move students from where there is overcrowding to where there is space, without the injection of new space through school construction projects, means that you have to redistrict all of the school districts in between in order to get them to that area. And what we found through our process was that this ends up causing significantly more disruption. So to kind of go over some of the issues that the district is grappling with at the moment, on the east side of town, we have the racial imbalance at McKinley. We also have possible impending racial imbalance at Holland Hill. Impending means that they deviate from the district average between 15 and 25%. So they don't require corrective action, but it is something to take note of as we're looking at redistricting options. We also have overcrowding and portables at the existing Holland Hill, which will be mitigated by the new school construction project there. On the west side of town, we have overcrowding at Sherman, as well as overcrowding in portable classrooms at Mill Hill. And when we're looking at redistricting, it's equally as important not only that you have the space, but that the space is in the right location so that you can alleviate the problems without having to go through this mass redistricting where you're touching every area of town. So this map shows one of the viable scenarios that we developed in 2016. Again, it was dependent on two 504 student schools at both Mill Hill and Holland Hill. The importance being that you really need an infusion of space in both the east side and the west side of town in order to deal with all of the different issues that you are grappling with at the moment. Building out Holland Hill at 504 allows you to remove portables and address overcrowding at that school, and it also gives extra space that enables and facilitates the redistricting to balance racial balance at McKinley within 20% of the district average. However, it wasn't quite enough space to alleviate McKinley. It was able to get it down under 25, but we needed additional space in order to get it under 20%. The infusion of space on the west side of the district is important, not only for getting McKinley under 20%, but for addressing overcrowding at Sherman and for removing portables and addressing overcrowding at Mill Hill. While this does align with the guiding criteria, it nonetheless still has significant redistricting impacts of between 20% of elementary school students. It's significant, and we felt that if we were just simply trying to fill seats to the most efficient way possible, the redistricting impacts would be significantly higher than the 20%. As Mike mentioned earlier, our charge in 2017 was very different. We were looking at structural changes that were not analyzed in 2016 and really driven by the new state budget reality and threats of ECS cuts. And so these options were really looking at cost savings. So looking at potential school closures, school pairing, pocket redistricting, and grade reconfiguration. What we did find was that school pairing option could be a feasible solution to racial imbalance. However, there is more work or more tests that need to be done to see if this is a viable long-term solution. Perhaps most important of which is this deviates from your current educational model of neighborhood-based K-5. If done in isolation, the school pairing does not address overcrowding or portables. However, it could be done in conjunction with redistricting as well. We looked at several other options that were feasible at achieving cost savings. However, they did not successfully allow us to address racial imbalance at McKinley, nor remove portables at all the schools.
Thanks, Pat. Now moving back into some of the details of the enrollment projections, I'd just like to kind of take a step back and look at about 50,000 feet and look at the state level, and just to kind of grab a little larger context. You could see in this chart that we're showing on the left side of the chart really the baby boom from the early 60s up until the early 1970s, where Connecticut as a whole had their true peak in enrollment, where we saw a lot of the school construction occur at that time, followed by about a 17-year trough cycle, where at about the late 80s, 1988, 89, Connecticut hit a low. For those two data points, Fairfield mirrored those, so the trough and peak were pretty much identical. Moving ahead, we're seeing echo baby boom, so this is the millennial generation moving through the school system, moving into and moving through the school system. A much shallower increase to the peak and a much more subdued peak. And the decline that has been occurring since then, we're about in the 13th year of that cycle, has been much more subdued as well. However, Fairfield, compared to the state trend here, is lagging about 5 years from that peak, where it was in about 2005 or 2004 and 5. In the state, it's occurred about 2010 or 11 for Fairfield Public Schools. So just to be able to see that it is really a cyclical in nature. As we begin to take a look at our past performance, we're constantly benchmarking against ourselves, looking at ways of being able to improve our methodology. And through our work throughout the state, especially a bulk of our work in Fairfield County, we're in really tune with what's happening not only in the region from a housing demographic and land use, but also from the impacts it has on school enrollments. We strive to have accuracy of 1% annually when we go back and benchmark our data against that. We're finding that in communities very similar to Fairfield, that is what we're actually achieving. However, if you were to take a longer view of that and take a look at anybody's projections, whether it was in Connecticut or throughout the nation that were done in 2006, 2007, leading up to the Great Recession, all bets are off, because that was one of those events that are outside of the control locally, state, regionally, even sort of nationally, and they have a profound impact on what we all do. So to be able to recognize that those events may happen in the future, we look at doing projections now where we're not only giving one set of numbers, we're benchmarking against a low, a medium, and a high, and providing, based on the data that we're looking at, which one of those are the best fit, just in case in any point as part of this 10-year horizon, should one of those events occur, we're having reasonable planning numbers as you contemplate your investment in your facilities. So taking a look on the top chart in our elementary enrollment, always the most challenging number to be able to hit is the kindergarten enrollment number, and comparing our projected number to the actual number. We ran about 6 students high there, where we projected about 637 students, and 631 were what occurred based on the October 1st enrollments. And all the numbers throughout all our projections follow what the state recommends in using the October 1st enrollment. So overall, for the K-5 enrollment for the Fairfield Public Schools, we were about 15 students off, or 0.3 of a percentage point deviating from the actual. Moving ahead to the middle school.
What time lapse between when you did the projection and what the actual enrollment was?
I'd be glad to take questions at the end if that's okay.
Yeah.
But this lapse was 1 year out. So this is that 1 year benchmark that I'm talking about. Looking at the middle school enrollment projections, we held that same deviation of about 15 students there. However, it's based on a smaller number with only having 3 grade groupings, so about 0.6%. We saw a little greater deviation on the high school enrollment projections, likely due to some higher retentions there, where we had projected 3,026 students and the actual enrollment was 3,061. So we were well within our benchmark for these projections. However, we were trending just a wee bit low overall, but definitely within that acceptable range. So looking at how we conduct enrollment projections, we follow the methodology of using a cohort survival. It's the only real methodology that you could have that can provide grade level specific enrollment, especially neighborhood school or schools facility specific enrollment projections, and to be able to ensure that we're using the best information available. We're going through the process at the State Department of Public Health to request live births by mother's address for 5 years in order to be able to get those neighborhood school projections as accurate as possible. We're then relying on the traditional historic enrollments there to look at the survivability or progression of grade cohorts from year to year. All of this information, as Pat had pointed out on the map with the dots on it, are geolocated into our GIS system. It's a geographic information system driven model that also, ties in various other layers of information, including the demographics, housing, where we look at permit activity, unemployment rate, housing sales, females of childbearing age, as well as reported births, and then overall population projections and development activity. To have a little bit of a primer on persistency ratios, this is one of the key drivers. It really looks at your survivability from one grade cohort from one year to the next, and overall in Fairfield Public Schools, you're consistently above 1 for your grade cohorts. So what that means is if you have a persistency ratio above 1, you're having immigration occur from grade to grade. So you're adding students as that class progresses through their elementary, through middle school, through high school experience. People are moving into the community with children at a greater rate than they're leaving the community, speaking to the desirability of not only the community but of the school system as well. And this helps explain some of the changes in the population, the housing stock, the economic conditions are drivers for that. So what I wanted to do was, just to make it pretty simple, I isolated this year's 6th grade class, which was one of your larger 6th grade classes in recent years, and tracking them back through their various grades, going all the way back to when they entered as kindergartners in 2011 and 2012. So that class started off as a kindergarten class of 800 students and rapidly grew the next year to 841 students, 858 adding students to that base cohort, and they eventually end up as one of your outside 6th grade classes at just under 900 students. So seeing that grade movement or that increase from year to year is tied to what we're seeing from the standpoint of not only how the pickup in the housing sales activity, but also the immigration overall in the district. Being a little bit more focused on this chart, and I won't blind you with all of the numbers, but there are a couple key points of information on here that we're seeing, and I know there was a lot of questions floating around town regarding that. When we speak birth to K, we're really benchmarking that births that occurred 5 years earlier versus the current K. So it's looking at that experience. If it were 1, that would mean every 100 births that you had 5 years prior would result in exactly 100 kindergartners, which was pretty close to where you were at going back to 2005 or so, where you were at 0.95, 1.05. So leading up to the Great Recession, you were, sub 1.1. So for every 100 births, you had 105 kindergartners show up or so. Then coming out of the Great Recession, we began seeing the building of this birth decay. And what that is as you've gotten to the current year where you're at about 1.33, so yielding 133 kindergartners per 100 births, we're seeing a shift in the number of kindergartners that are born in the community versus those that are born elsewhere and move into the community from ages 0 to 4. So as we'll talk a little later on about the birth decline, that birth decline, especially in Fairfield County, is being offset in large part by this rising birth decay. So even though the total number of births are lower than they were historically, especially going back to the late 90s and early 2000s, we're seeing a much higher level of immigration across communities, and this isn't only just happening in Fairfield. This is happening in many other communities throughout Fairfield County, as well as some in the Hartford region. The last stat I want to touch on is your estimate of migration. So, we hear it over and over again about, the fluctuations in the economy, the job market, what's happening. And, when we take a look at the estimate of migration, which is comparing the sum of your grade cohorts in grades 1 through 7 versus the sum of those grade cohorts the next year in 2 through 8, which are typically some pretty stable cohorts there, we're seeing some pretty steady growth there, not of a lot of anomalies. When we look back to the early part of the 2000s, we saw a lot of fluctuations in those numbers where you had positive immigration followed by negative outmigration. So there was a lot of flip-flopping of that. We're not seeing that in the most recent data, leading some credence to the fact that, you know, what we're modeling off of, we're not likely seeing a lot of changes there from year to year, whereas those changes have occurred in the past. So what that all does is that leads into this, you know, nailing that kindergarten number, which really, you know, leads to having accurate projections overall for your elementary schools. So what we're tracking here on the blue line is your 5-year, or is your births lagged 5 years relative to your kindergarten. Where we start having the gray bars overriding is our first 5 years of projections, which are always the most accurate for the elementary school level in that they're not assumption driven. They're based on known births that are coming in as kindergartners, and they're based on children who are in the seat. And then we shaded in purple then those kindergarten classes for the 5 to 10 year window, where there are some assumptions there we have to go through, and we have to be able to estimate future births in order to provide 10 years of projections. But what we do know is that our birth classes of 2012, 2013, 2014, we're seeing this build up here to where you're having one of your recent peaks, and that's going to contribute to your 2019-20 kindergarten class. So we're projecting a bump up there in those kindergarten classes, and really kindergarten classes which are going to be a little bit higher than what you've seen in the recent past. So as we project forward with our future births, we're looking at numbers that are pretty much on par with the births that you've had in 2012, 13, and 14. So we're not projecting births that are going to outpace, you know, even, you know, the early onset of the Great Recession or prior to the Great Recession. We likely don't see those levels occurring. However, we are seeing those levels likely to revert back to those early 2012, 13 levels. When we begin to take that broader look, especially at the birth decay, and we're looking at Fairfield's birth decay number on the left-hand column, and we're seeing the growth that I just discussed, and we just quickly benchmarked against several of the communities that we've done work in this past year, but I know from my experience and others that there are several others that we could add to here are experiencing the same thing. So looking at, say, a Ridgefield in the 2009, 2010, a fairly desirable community in its own right, we're seeing this rising birth decay number. Even though their total births are dropping off, their enrollment is flattening off. It has been flattening off due to the rising birth decay there. Trumbull, a very similar experience. Weston, just due to the small size of the births in kindergarten classes, they've had a lot of variability, but overall, if you average that out, there has been a big change from where they were 10 years ago to where they are today. And then in Wilton, we've seen the same rise there of birth decay. Obviously, Fairfield isn't at that number that some of the others are, just from a birth decay of approaching 2, where you're doubling your kindergarten class of who was born there versus who immigrated into town through housing purchases and sales. But it is a trend that we've been tracking for a number of years, and we've built that into our model. So as we begin projecting enrollments for the entire district, we recognize that we still have some larger grade cohorts that are in the high school that are matriculating on. So as those are replaced with smaller grade cohorts, and you'll see on the next slide as we begin to see this flattening at the elementary school, we're having a reduction in your overall enrollment, and it's just really largely driven to who's already in the seats. A lot of the factors through housing, the economy, we don't ever see, not in Fairfield or any other community in Connecticut, a lot of movement of students once they reach high school age. They're typically within the system. Parents really, regarding some unforeseen circumstance, tend not to move students out. So we see those larger grade cohorts moving on. We see more stable cohorts filling in. So we're really looking at a modest decline going ahead for the next 5 years overall, and then we begin to see a more flattening trend, and we're really sort of following that red line where we're at about 9,900 and
9,300. 9,336 at the trough.
Your eyes are better than mine. Thank you, Pat.
About 10,000 today.
And about 10,000 today. Thank you. But I think on this one is where we begin looking at those various models. And for all the work we're doing, we're using the medium model. But what we wanted to do was benchmark it against that low model in case there would get into a double dip or a further recessed economy nationally, as well as the high model. To be able to look at the space planning and be able to look at those ranges if something were to happen that would be very dramatic and unforeseen. We wanted to have those numbers in there, although we feel very strongly about that medium model. Looking at the elementary school projections, which are the focus of what we're talking about tonight. So as I mentioned, those larger birth cohorts that are going to be impacting the school, and I highlighted earlier that large 6th grade class, well, that had just left the elementary school. So for the next 5 years, shaded in green, we're looking at fairly flat enrollments across the board for the K-5 students. As we move forward, we're looking at modest increases there of about 200 students based on our medium model in years 5 to 10. So that's with that slight uptick in the births. And as we see an uptick in the births from our experience, we begin backing down those persistency ratios for the birth decay. So our model is sensitive enough to understand that when the births drop off from all the data that feeds into it, we see a higher birth decay across almost all of Fairfield County. But when births rebound, that birth decay gets closer to what would be, not a normal number, but it accounts for the fact that the births are taking on a larger share of that, so we don't have results that are that don't match with what we're really seeing. So overall, about a 200 gain in that second 5 to 10 year window. Pat, do you want to talk about the facilities?
So I'll just briefly talk about facilities. This year we did look at capacity in a slightly different way than has previously been looked at by the district, what we're calling our operational capacity. And this is really an educationally driven capacity that takes into consideration the placement of specialized programs such as CLC, special ed, as well as pre-K. And it also deducts portable classrooms from the capacity at Mill Hill. And you'll note that in this table here. This was the capacity that was used in our utilization projections for this year. So when we look at facility utilization, we are comparing the medium enrollment projections model with the operational capacity. We know that the Mill Hill number is different than one that's been used by the district historically, so we've included both the operational capacity at 273 as well as the functional capacity, which is traditionally used by the district, the non-ed spec capacity at 378. And what sticks out is that with or without portables, regardless of whether it's operational or functional capacity, we still see high utilization and some operational concerns at Mill Hill. In addition, we also have Roger Sherman exceeding that 100% utilization over the next 10 years.
And Pat, if I could just add one thing before we move on to the next slide. We keep a rolling really database of all the schools that we work in, and for K-5 systems that group by neighborhood, which you do, the effective utilization, so what they're actually able to attain either before we get into a study or after we go through a reconfiguration, really varies between that 85 and 90% benchmark there, depending on the size of the schools themselves. In districts that have that are dominated by 4 section per grade schools, they have a better ability to absorb students without having the need to split off an additional staff or have the requirement for additional classroom space. And those that have more of a mix in some 2 and 3 section per grade schools, those are the ones that tend to be a little bit lower on that utilization curve. But as we look ahead over the next 10 years, we see Fairfield falling right into that range of what really the effective utilization that we see across most of the Connecticut schools.
Thanks, Mike. So just to wrap us up, for Mill Hill, we did look at some no-build alternatives, and again, this is really going back to that educationally driven model of meeting the ed spec, the district educational goals and objectives, which really puts equal parity in terms of support services. We really see 3 options as a no-build alternative for Mill Hill. The first is to replace the existing portable classrooms with new portable spaces. The second and third options could lead to the removal of portables without a construction project. The first would require the use of hallways and common areas to make up for the lack of support spaces. This is one of the main deficiencies of Mill Hill, is it does not have a lot of small spaces for support staff that some of the newer buildings have, and would lead to some detrimental impacts, art on a cart, etc. And the other option is to move students out of Mill Hill. We estimate about 100 students in order to find classroom space for those support services as well. And if done in isolation, these wouldn't address some of the other operational and racial balance issues that the district is grappling with. And based on our 2016 analysis, finding that in order to align with the district's guiding criteria, the 504 student school is needed at Mill Hill. In that infusion of space helps minimize the redistricting impact, even though that redistricting impact is nonetheless still significant. And with that, we're happy to wrap up. And oh, actually, one last slide. So just one last thing to consider is as the district is coming up with a long-range facilities plan and school construction grant for these projects, the state does require that you submit conceptual boundaries and enrollment projections as part of your school construction grants. And the current Mill Hill district is not large enough to support that larger 504 student building, and so presumably you would need to move additional students into Mill Hill in the conceptual redistricting plan that's attached to the school construction grant, and then those could be revised based on actual numbers upon completion of the project.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we get the lights back on, and would you guys be able to, thank you very much. Turn that off.
Actually, should we leave?
I tried to turn it. Did you get it?
Yeah, let me see. I kind of heard you say.
Okay, I'm going to ask the board members come back to class. And we'll get started. And ask to the board, do we have any questions for the consultants on their presentation?
It's good to be tall.
Mr. DeWitt.
Thank you for your presentation. We've heard through this whole Mill Hill process that if we don't do this, there's going to be a redistricting. But your first chart, or your second chart, said, I make Mill Hill a 504 school, and there's going to be 15 to 20% redistricting. So it doesn't appear to me anyway, and I want you to clarify, that there's any option that doesn't require redistricting. Is that true?
Sure. Sorry. Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, that is correct. Especially looking holistically at all of the different issues. The only thing that could potentially change is if we deviated from that neighborhood-based K-5, in which case we haven't really looked at that in terms of, could you solve all of it?
So there's a redistrict, no matter what we're doing here, there's a redistrict plan associated. Got it.
Yes.
And the last thing you said was, if we do make it a 504, we're redistricting to move kids to Mill Hill, right?
Correct.
And where are those kids coming from? And then what does it do to the capacity of that school?
So the scenario that we ran through actually shifted students on the west side, and Mill Hill actually allowed for the reduction in overcrowding at Roger Sherman.
So the two schools we're talking about tonight are going to swap kids.
Sherman would presumably go to Mill Hill. We're
So
not,
the answer is yes.
Yeah, and we're not aware of capacity increasing at Roger
Everyone on the
Sherman,
Board of Ed
so-
shaking their head no, so I don't know what that means.
They're not swapping. Yeah,
They're going to go from Sherman to Mill Hill. That's what they just said.
correct.
It's only one-way movement.
Yep, well, okay. They're only moving to one. They're moving from one school to another school.
Yeah, and if the board decides so, we were looking at trying to address many problems, including, the overcrowding, the racial balance, as well as balancing out the utilization across all the schools. If the racial balance wasn't included as part of this equation and there was another solution for that, then the impacts on redistricting could likely be less.
And is there any data, and then I'll load it up back to the floor, is there any data that you have that says Mill Hill should be a, I'm making up a number, 450 school, a 430 school, a 362 school?
So typically when we conduct facilities planning, we're talking about sections per grade. And so the two types of schools that the district typically uses are the 3-section, which is a 378,
Right.
and a 4-section, which is the 504. Typically, schools won't do an in-between number, especially at a neighborhood-based level.
So 378 and 504 are the only two options you,
Those are typically done in the neighborhood-based model as having equal sections per grade.
got it, thank you.
Mr. Brown, did you have a follow-up to Mr. DeWitt, and then I'll go over to you?
Yeah, just a follow-up to Mr. DeWitt. You had some scenarios that you were showing. So on page 61 in this facilities and scenario planning booklet, there's 6 of them. Are you, page 61? I don't think on that book. It's on this book.
Do you have the date on it by chance, just to help us find the right one?
October 24th,
Oh, perfect.
2017.
This guy. Yep.
So are you just presenting scenarios or recommending scenarios?
Ultimately, it's up to the board to decide. We're really just providing technical assistance in terms of, if it's feasible from an enrollment standpoint and helping show the pros and cons associated with each.
So was there a scenario on page 61 that the board is more in favor of? Or are you just eliminating scenarios?
I defer to them to answer that question.
After, Mr. Dwyer, did you hear the question? I just want to know if the Board of Ed has a scenario on this page that they're looking at, or is everything still open and on the table? Well, apparently not, because there's 2 of them that have been crossed off.
Cross it off.
It says not feasible.
Oh, so closing Jennings is still on there.
Can I see real quick?
Our board recently said, looking at the long-term future as well as the what happened with our school district when we started closing elementary schools only to have to reopen them. Scenario A and B is not something that the board today is thinking of.
Okay.
Doesn't mean 5, 10 years from now, 20, what if, I can't say that, but currently the board has said scenario A and B is off the table. Scenario C, our board, and I don't say the current board members, but the board over time, last 10, 15 years, have not wanted to be engaged in pocket redistricting, spot zoning, if you use that term. So I'd say those 3. But the board has not engaged in, the current board of 9 members, of which 5 are brand new, having served less than a year,
So if A, B, and
have
C...
not looked at the others with any definitive
Okay.
decision.
Well,
But A, B, and C,
are out,
based on the board's current discussion, would be out.
because then what about scenario E and F, because they say not feasible on the bottom, right, which leaves D.
The only action the board has taken is A, B, and C. And so I think the others, when we get to having a discussion on them, I'd be able to report what the board was thinking. But right now, A, B, and C are the only ones where they've given direction.
But E and F, A, B, and C are eliminated, and E and F are listed on your very own document as not being feasible, which kind of leaves D and D2.
Yeah, that the feasibility was on us and our judgment on if it could happen immediately on space. I'm sorry. That was the consultant's takeaway, especially on the McKinley redistricting, that we think that we would be able to overcome the permanent or sustainable racial imbalance. And, we thought based on the demographics, that it would likely end up in a pending, so we did not recommend that. That's not to say that the board is going to follow our recommendation on that. That was just the consultant's recommendation.
The prior board, I'll say by general discussion, did seem to look at scenario E more favorably. And yes, scenario F, just on a practical basis, probably doesn't make sense. So I'm not saying that the current board, after some discussion, won't come to that same conclusion that the consultants did. All I'm trying to say is that at the moment, the current 9 members have only talked about A, B, and C as being not some direction they want to follow.
My last question would be, the Mill Hill construction project size, according to your own document, depends on what scenario you choose.
Are you asking my opinion, or?
No,
Well, what do you
he's
have to-
stating the
what-
fact of the document.
Yes, this is, so is this document accurate? I guess that's the question.
This is from the recent work this fall where we tested additional scenarios, and what we had done in 2016, we found that we needed to be able to add space at Mill Hill, as Pat had presented, in order to achieve better utilization, reduce overcrowding at both Mill Hill and Roger Sherman, and achieve long-term racial balance. What this did, rather than being repetitive of what we already looked at, we looked at the same construction project, but in tune with it, we looked at whether or not we could consolidate a facility as well in light of the enrollment that has already declined. So options A and B, which were never looked at before, we looked at the potential consolidation of a school to see if that would be feasible.
So those are the only 2 scenarios that call for a 504. They've both been eliminated by the Board of Education. Every other scenario on here calls for a smaller school.
So not included on page 61 are the scenarios that we went through in 2016. These are just the 2017 scenarios.
So why would we go back a year as opposed to use the more current information?
This is not current, or this is not revisiting any of the scenarios that we looked at in 2016. They are different scenarios. So comprehensive redistricting was not looked at in 2017, but was in 2016.
The board didn't charge us with looking at the exact same options 1 year later. They asked us to do spin-offs of those options. So we tested the options of the 504 at both schools, and we recognized that it was a long-term solution. So what this is looking at different assumptions under that same family of options. So can a school be consolidated as part of the 504? That's what we tested.
So by your definition, to build this to a 504, you could close one or another school, is what this scenario says.
From a capacity standpoint, yes. We didn't iterate all of the redistricting impacts, whether or not it would solve racial imbalance. But from a purely numbers standpoint, it could.
But there's going to be redistricting no matter what.
If you close a school, the redistricting impacts will be significant.
My original question,
Yeah.
is every scenario you're talking about have redistricting? And you said yes. So closing a school, not closing a school, you're redistricting.
Typically, as part of any school construction program that adds space, brick and mortar space to a school building, it requires redistricting or a way to be able to infuse additional students in that school in order to ensure that you're getting your grant reimbursement through the state. If you're not applying for grant reimbursement to the state, you could do whatever you want and not redistrict at all, but you're going to be on the hook for 100% of that construction program. You have to meet the target enrollment that's specified in the building program. Or
In other words, the state doesn't want you to overbuild, and if you do, they're not going to compensate you for it.
exactly, I mean, it's a logical
Yeah,
process.
can I follow up, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, please.
So, are we redistricting because of Holland Hill? Holland Hill went to a 504 school, and it was not a 504 before, and you just said normally, when you increase the capacity of a school, you do a redistricting.
We have capacity issues at Mill Hill and Sherman. As I think I mentioned at the Board of Selectmen meeting, set aside racial imbalance.
Please, make this easier, right?
If forgetting racial imbalance at the moment, Sherman and Mill Hill have capacity issues. And I can't take, as the consultant said, I can't take the students from Mill Hill and say, well, I have seats up in North Stratfield, I'll just bus them up there. I can't do that. I've got to
No, but
keep
the
them
question was-
somewhere near neighborhood schools.
That wasn't the question. We just added capacity to Holland Hill. And I think the question was, based on what the consultant said, based on the fact that we added capacity to Holland Hill, are you redistricting in order to fully utilize Holland Hill?
No.
How are we going to get full reimbursement if we have excess space at Holland Hill?
I don't think
I
we
mean,
said that. I
are-
think,
are-
I
do we
think the
have
excess space could be at Mill Hill. I don't think that the statement was the excess space will be at Holland Hill.
No, the statement was any school project that increases capacity, please don't roll your eyes at me, is going to require redistricting.
No, I'm
That's
trying to
the
listen to
statement.
your statement.
The capacity is also the capacity that removes the deficiency. So so in the state's eyes, the portables are capacity. However, they're temporary spaces. So when you remove those, you're adding brick and mortar, so it's not the net change that it's being made out to be.
Let's ask this a different way. We've put in all the information on Holland Hill School to the state. Are we expecting full reimbursement from the state based on the fact that this is going to be a 504 school?
I'll have to go to a lifeline for that.
Yeah, I would imagine. I would too if I were you. Mr. Cullen, I didn't see you jumping up and down, so.
Tom Cullen, Executive Director Operations. Yes, we would be seeking full reimbursement for.
We would be, or we are?
We are.
And what's the capacity, how utilized is that school right now? I fail to remember.
Right here. I'd have to pull some paperwork.
It's 3 something or
No, it's 4 something.
4 something?
We're within the percentages, I think, that
Well,
you
that's
get
what I'm asking.
reimbursed. Yeah, I think that's the, should be pretty.
I would think we know that number.
Let's see. Here is Holland Hill for this year, 1890. Holland Hill, 375.
Yeah, so we're at 375 right now in Holland Hill for next year, right?
And then it's projected to go to 385.
So it's 375 to 385, not 504. I'm just asking. What?
October 1st, 2015 enrollment is 405 students at Holland Hill.
What are these elementary school projections?
Well, these are elementary school projections for 2018 and 19, 2019, 20, 2020 to 21. And every year they have Holland Hill under 400. And every year they have Mill Hill under 400. And this is a document dated November 28th, and I would assume this is the document that your consultants provided.
Give them the page number.
It's page number 12.
And 11. You can look at it.
It goes until 2023-24 until Holland Hill gets to 400.
No,
And
I'm
then it's
looking
just
on
barely
page
over.
11.
Say it again?
Mr. Chairman, I'm on page 11,
Okay.
November 28th. It goes out to 2027-28. The high year for Holland Hill is 24-25 at 407.
Yeah, so that's a far cry from 504. So how are we getting full reimbursement for Holland Hill being at 80% capacity? Goes back to Mr. DeWitt's question. Are we doing a redistricting because of Holland Hill? And are we going to get reimbursement from the state on Holland Hill?
When the state looks at what's eligible and not eligible, it's based on a square foot basis, to be honest with you, and they're going to give you an allocation based on the total number of students. We may call it a 504 school based on the total classroom, how we house students in that, based on the loading levels, but what they're going to look at is they allocate a certain square foot per student per grade in their formula, and they weigh that against the entirety of the building. Please let me finish. Without going through an entire architectural calculation here, because it does account for common spaces such as gymnasiums, cafeterias, egress, hallways, classrooms. They roll all that into it and look at a K-5 school, and I know it used to be about 120 square foot per student. I know they've changed the standards recently. I don't know what that number is. But even though our lingo for it here is a 504 school, they're going to look at that formula that they apply to every district and look at what that yields an enrollment number and then weigh it against that. It's not as simple as we're trying to make it out to be tonight. And that's a lengthy process that you have to go back and forth with depending on what is the final configuration of the building and those calculations.
So why did your slide say we're going to have to redistrict people into Mill Hill when Mill Hill's enrollment projections on
Because
page 11 aren't
we're
that
looking
different?
at it comprehensively. We're looking at it from the standpoint of trying to address the overcrowding at Roger Sherman. We're looking at it from the standpoint of trying to create a long-term racial balance solution. And if the district and the town want to be in compliance with that state mandate, we looked at it from that standpoint. Obviously, we're just a consultant recommendation. If the Board of Ed says we don't want to use redistricting or this construction program to get in compliance from a racial balance standpoint, we're going to do X, Y, and Z, then obviously the program would have to be changed. So we have a lot of what-ifs out there in what we're proposing right now, but we're showing that there is a menu of options there.
Yes. Well, Mr. Mottola, actually, I'm sorry, Ms. Marmee.
If it's on this, that's okay, go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, no, I'm having a basic, I don't know, is this on?
That's the one that doesn't work.
This is really probably, I'm having a basic disconnect with what we're looking at tonight in terms of seed money for Mill Hill and the way that it's been presented, and then looking at the scenarios that are laid out here that have not necessarily been decided on. And it seems that we're
Correct.
putting the cart before the horse a little bit. If we don't know which scenario we're choosing, then how are we going to put together an ed spec or even put together appropriate and detailed seed money for the funding at Mill Hill? And then the redistricting aspect of that, which we've heard, but we haven't heard to this degree, that this is all part of a bigger scenario of potential redistricting, which again goes back to, don't we need to have better details on what we're actually proposing to do before we go ahead with Mill Hill? I don't know. That's just, I see a disconnect here.
I just,
Go ahead.
that's what I was saying earlier, right? On this page 61, Tom, it says Mill Hill construction project size. What are we trying to do here? I don't, maybe these scenarios are confusing me. I'm figuring that we want to do one of these scenarios.
No. So what are the 2016 scenarios then? These scenarios were presented for a different purpose that we're now introducing in today's conversation, right? These scenarios we're looking at other means outside of what we presented in 2016.
Structural changes.
Structural changes. So some of these involve things that the Board of Ed's going to have to make a major decision on, like a K2 3-5 pairing. That is something outside of the current pedagogy that they offer. That's beyond us as a consultant. We just tested it from a space standpoint. Others involve structural changes such as shifting grades.
Closing a school.
Major decisions by the Board of Ed of what they're going to have to make. What we did in 2016 is looking at it and saying if we're going to comprehensively address many of the problems, in order to have the flexibility to be able to do that and address the problems at Mill Hill, it would be necessary to have an infusion of space on the west side. That was our conclusion. If not, it likely can't be done.
Okay, fine.
That's up for the board to make that decision, not for the consultant.
Well, I'm not asking you to make a decision. I'm asking, what are we looking to do with Mill Hill based on decisions from the Board of Ed that have been made? Have they been made? What does the Board of Ed want to do?
I would say that the Board of Ed and the Fairfield Public Schools wants to renovate Mill Hill Elementary School to bring it to a 504 capacity, bring it up to code, all of the things that are written in the booklet I gave you. The project team initial funding amount is going to be the same whether you do a 440 occupancy building or a 504. It's not going to change drastically because you might be cutting some square footage off.
What's not going to change?
The project team initial funding request that we're asking for tonight, the 1.5 million,
Okay.
is to give the building committee a charge to hire an architectural engineering firm to look at the site, look at the logistics, look at the conditions of the 1955 school building, the gas, power, water underground that's deteriorating, and figure out what kind of an addition is best needed for that school, get rid of the portable classrooms, bring it up to code, mechanical means of fresh air, all of that.
Will it change if I go to 378? Which
The
is pretty much
1.5
pretty
million,
much
I
over the
wouldn't
next
change it.
pretty much the 10-year highest number over the next 10 years under the current study.
I would not change the 1.5 million project team initial funding.
Will it change the
It's a
price of the
bondable
project?
amount. If it's not used, it goes back to the town.
Okay, will it change the cost of the project if we go from 378 to 504?
Yes.
Yeah. By millions?
I don't know that, but I wouldn't say drastic. You asked me today during the walkthrough, would it be 10 million? It's
Mhm.
not going to be that drastic.
Unless there's a lot of ledge that you don't know about. We don't know about it because no one knows right now.
Yeah, there's things we're learning from the Riverfield renovation and now Holland Hill. The requirements now are that we have a water meter room, an electrical meter room. Those all used to be one room in the boiler room area. They now want those all separated with their own doors. So some things we're learning through the site changes.
Yeah, Chris, I got to go to Mr. Mottola. While I go to Mr. Mottola, can I ask for a question to be answered while you're doing that? Can you tell me what the total capacity of K through 5 of our schools are today? K through 5 total capacity today. And then I'll wait on that while you go ahead, Mr. Mottola, and ask your question.
I mean, I have a bunch of questions, but let me just. So I understand the scenario summaries that you have on page 61 here. These were set forth to demonstrate some substantial structural change that the school board asked you just to look at to give you certain scenarios. So, and I understand that. I thought I saw on one of your slides that one way Sherman could be helped is if Mill Hill was built to a 504 size. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
Right, okay. So that's a scenario that's not on page 61, but that would be, because that doesn't fit under this category as a drastic, okay. And then it was always my understanding that once Holland Hill was built, and I don't know if Tom, you could answer this, or Mr. Dwyer, that there was always going to be some type of redistricting once I think Holland Hill was built, and
That's what
maybe
I thought.
once Mill Hill was renovated. Was that always?
There was a discussion about helping McKinley, but it doesn't get McKinley below the
Right.
20%. It'll get it close to 25%, 24, which may not help us in the long run. We're looking with our consultant to try and get it closer to 20% or lower.
Yeah, we looked at we tested that in many different ways, going street by street, trying to minimize the impact while still trying to move enough critical mass to have long-term balance and never have to talk about the issue again and be off the state's list. And it just wasn't feasible.
So, and one other question, maybe you don't have the answer to this yet. And looking at these scenario summaries, I understand they're structural changes, but did you identify any scenarios under a situation where Mill Hill, for whatever reason, can't be a 504 school?
Yes, so in 2016, we looked at, I believe, 3 scenarios with neither Holland Hill nor Mill Hill construction projects going forward.
But they don't
And-
solve anything.
And
That's
we also
bad,
looked
right.
at one option with Holland Hill moving forward and not Mill Hill, and we were not able to get McKinley under the racial balance threshold, nor were we able to address overcrowding at Sherman or remove the Mill Hill portables.
Okay. All right. That's good.
Can I follow
Okay.
up on his
Yeah,
question?
go right ahead.
I saw your company make, and I'm not sure whether you guys were the gentleman before, there was an ad hoc committee about 6 months ago, and you guys presented various options for the racial imbalancing solutions. When you went through all your numbers and all the possible solutions, you had a number of different scenarios. Are those the scenarios that are listed here?
The ones on page 61 of the presentation that have been brought up tonight were the ones, correct, for the ad hoc committee this past fall.
Yeah.
Those were not the ones that we're looking, or that we did in 2016. We did not present those to that
These
committee.
scenarios that you presented, because I was in the crowd here, you had solutions to the racial imbalancing that really wouldn't have really increased costs at all, right? You presented a number of them.
The only one we found that got McKinley under the 20% was the K2 and 3-5 grade reconfiguration scenario. The others did not get McKinley under that 25% or 20% threshold.
I thought there was one other one that got it below it as well, not just...
Not substantially below where it would be long-term balance. So what we had done was, part of the follow-up with the meeting with the State Board of Ed, where I was there with Dr. Title, we had looked at a threshold of about 20% deviation being where we think it would be long-term enough. Trying to get below that. Right now, I believe McKinley is at 28.4%. So having to drop that out over 8 percentage points while we're battling against a diversifying town. So your percent minority in your elementary districts as a whole is growing. And McKinley is growing as well, but the gap is widening. So it's growing faster than the district is as a whole. So in the long term, we know we need something that's going to be impactful in order to permanently be off that racial imbalance list. We saw the K2, 3-5 pairing as a way to be able to do that because in the state's eyes, the way the formula is viewed, it then looks at those two student bodies as one whole.
All right.
So but it's a major shift from how you're currently operating as a K-5 school. Parents could have students in two
Both schools.
schools, and
Yep.
there's a lot of considerations there. Not to mention there's building code where certain grades can't be on second floors. So the building would really have to be studied to see whether or not it could even be feasible. We looked at it from about 10,000 feet and said, this could be a solution. Do you want to go down that road? But, first and foremost comes the education side through the board, then the facilities, and then, you could begin looking at the true viability of that solution.
Quick question on your enrollment study. How often do you do these enrollment studies? Aren't they every couple of years?
For who?
For us, for Fairfield. That's the only town I care about.
We do year over for the budget. We typically do the full projection study every couple of years.
Right, every couple
However,
of years.
for the budget,
Right.
we give projections for next year. And
Understand.
all they are is a one-year look ahead to do a per pupil, sort of
Understand.
your spending on that.
Yeah.
But typically, for districts across the state of Connecticut, we'll do between 10 and 20 of these in any given year, where many of our clients are just annual updates.
But the big McGilla one you do like every 2 years, right?
Every couple of years.
Okay, do you have the big McGilla that you did 2 years ago with you?
I do have the 16 here.
That was this is 17. Did you do one in 15, or when was
We
the?
did one in the fall of 15.
Can you give me what are the numbers for the K through 5 enrollment going out a few years for the fall of 15? Medium, because the charts I'm looking at have us in the medium one here, which
Yep.
you refer to as best. So what were the medium case projections a couple of years back?
Give me a minute to answer that, and
Sure.
I'll get you the answer on
While
it.
you're doing that, Mr. Cullen, what's the capacity in our K through 5 right now? The question that I asked a couple of minutes ago.
I think, I don't have my enrollment projection with
Oh,
me.
you don't have it? Okay.
4,891.
Okay, so we have 4,891 is capacity throughout the district K through 5. Well, I don't care, because even if that's the low number, the high number, whatever, the closest we ever come to that number is the most fungible number on this schedule, which is 4,378, and that is in school year 27-28. We never come closer than that, and we're far below that. So even at our highest capacity over the next 10 years, your own capacity has us 500 over what the projections are over the next 10 years.
Correct, but when we propose a renovation and addition for a school, our hope and our goal is that that will last 30 to 50 years. So this projection only goes out 10.
Okay, so let's check, I appreciate that, I got the answer. Let's check, what do we got for the medium from 2015? Do we have it?
Yeah, we have projected the medium for 2015 to be for this year 4176.
And that's, when you say this year, that's 18, 19, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
17, 18.
17, 18. Okay, go out, give me 18, 19. Let's go further out. I want to get, like, let's go 21, 22. 22, 23, 23, 24. Let's go that.
I'll go 21, 22 is 41, 49. 22, 23 is 42, 79. So really looking out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, which is really the useful statistical life of an elementary projection, is looking at 42, 79. Comparing that to what we're currently projecting for, and that's pre-K 5.
Pre-K in elementary schools, but not ECC.
Got it.
But not ECC.
So right now, the comparable number that we have for that same period is 4163. Just curious, and I know as we go out, there's diminishing returns, and guys, this isn't a game of gotcha. What did you have for 2024 to 25 when you did that?
For 24, 25, we had an uptick of basically getting it up to almost 4,500, 4,600.
Right, so now we're 250 less than that. If I use your number of 4,500, right now in 24, 25, it's 4,249. So you're 250 below.
But this is pre-K 5.
Yeah, that's without
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, so give me a comparable number.
Don't have that off the top of my head. I don't know how many pre-K.
And do we have 250 kids in ECC?
It doesn't include ECC.
It does include
It
ECC.
only includes pre-K at Burr and Waiter
And-
Strathfield or whatever it has. I don't have the comparable numbers right in front of me.
Okay.
I would be glad to get you that answer.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I'm sure whatever that is, it's not 250 kids.
No, but it's probably about 100 and 125 kids.
Okay, I'd love comparable numbers year over year, because what I'm seeing here
Well-
is as you get closer, right, the numbers come down a little bit, is what I'm saying. And the highest number you come to 10 years out, which again, the most inaccurate number on the slide, let me finish now, is 4,378 versus 4,891, that's capacity. I'm just looking at capacity, guys, that's all I'm looking at.
Yeah, and I would say probably as the state would look at our projections for their investment in your schools, which they rely on an 8-year look.
Mm-hmm.
So we're within that same window there. But what needs to be noted is that excess space that we're talking about, that isn't in free classrooms that are in every given building. That space that we're talking about, when I'm looking at your October 1st staffing chart, that space is found in scattering of seats across each building. For example, looking at October 1st for McKinley and looking at a first grade section where you have 5 sections there for 87 students at 18, 17, 17, 18, 17, and you look at the district's loading level of 21 at each of those, that's where those seats are. They're not in vacant spaces that you could easily manipulate and move as a kit of parts from one school to the next. It's the ability to absorb additional students where you already have sections in schools. And one of the key parts of our discussion with the Board of Ed was weighing a 3-section per grade school ability to absorb students without having to split out for an additional classroom versus a 4-section per grade school, which has a much greater ability to absorb students because you're bringing them into 4 sections in each grade without having the need to draw on an additional staff, and what that means from the long-term sustainability when you're looking at the FTE costs for staffing there. The 4 provides a much greater level of efficiency without drawing on the need for additional staff from year to year, whereas a 3 or a 2-section per grade, you're going to have those annual fluctuations.
Sure.
The 4,891 K5 capacity, does that include the portables at Mill Hill?
The 4891 is the operational capacity that we developed this year. It's different than, I think, the number Tom uses, and it does not include portables at Mill Hill.
Okay.
Right, so the 4891 doesn't include the portables, so if you were to include portables, that number's only going to go up. Right.
So that means there's
More
5
Right.
portable classrooms. That's another 100 students.
Right.
So, okay.
And the numbers are coming down.
So if we built a
Sorry, did you say Mill Hill or Holland Hill?
I didn't-
Okay.
Mill Hill. So
We
you're
were
missing,
basically
if
talking
we
portables.
were to build Mill Hill with the 5, to get rid of the 5 portables, put 5 classrooms on there. This
It would
number then
increase
goes up
capacity.
105 students capacity?
21 times 5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it would be
105
378.
students.
It would be
So,
78.
yep. So then that would bring that number to what, Tom?
Over 5,000.
Over 5,000.
It'd bring it to over 5,000, and our
What we're not showing in there,
projection is 4,378.
that, take those seats.
Okay. Mrs. Esma? And then I'll come to Mr. DeWitt.
So we're not committed to a 504 or 378 at Mill Hill, but we know that if we had to abandon the portables, which are at the end of their useful life, that we would be overcrowded. Tom, I think this is for you. On the seed money, is there a way to sequence the spending so that we get to a point quickly where we, get a good cost analysis or some other solid takeaways that lead us in a direction, since we
Well, I don't
backing
wanna-
into one?
I don't want to speak for the building committee. They will get a charge from the selectman's office, and the amount we give them, and the breakdown that you see in the booklet is to cover the investigation of hazardous materials, surveying, geotechnical, engineering, architectural, to come up with some studies of what the ed spec is asking them to look at. So I think really you need the whole amount. If you shave anything off, it's so minimal.
Yeah, no, it would be the whole amount, just the sequencing of how they go about their discovery process.
Yeah, it's
Up
a long
to them.
process. I can tell you that it takes them a while to get everybody on board and get proposals and get them working and do their investigative work and get it back to their offices to help the main team, which is the architects and engineers.
Okay, thank you.
Here, I'm going to give you a scenario that you may not like to hear, okay? And here's my concern. I think everyone at this table, and maybe I'm speaking out of turn, understand that Mill Hill needs a renovation. I was there Friday. The concern that I have is we give you $1.5 million. You're, the Board of Ed and the Board of Selectmen have voted on this based on a 504 school. So my concern is you get the seed money and the building committee does its thing, and a year from now or whatever, the price to build a 504 school there because of that site is very high, and it's maybe something that we as a town can't afford. That's my concern. So then, based on that, would we have to start over from scratch? Because the building committee's been charged to look into building a 504 school. That would be my concern. I wouldn't want the whole thing delayed if we find out it's going to cost monies that we simply can't afford. That's my concern. So the question I think that was being asked is there a way for the building committee to maybe do something a little different this time around and come up with numbers and report back quickly with respect to what the cost is of a 504 school at that particular site? Because Holland Hill was, I think, $18 million to renovate that 504. And it was originally at $22 million. We were able to get it down. So that's the concern I have. I don't want to delay this thing another 2 years because we come to the conclusion that we can't afford a 504 school there.
The short answer is that there are options that the building committee can look at. We do it when we bid projects all the time. We do add alternates and we do deduct alternates. So there are options if we want to charge that building committee with looking at the 504 design or something else
Well,
at the same time.
I think Mr. Mottola said it pretty well, and I think he, in my speaking to a lot of members of this board, I won't say I've spoken to everybody, they have similar concerns. And when you look at the enrollment projections, now even these gentlemen's enrollment projections, and they're professionals and they do a good job, but when you look at their enrollment projections for the out years, they reduced their own enrollment projections in the 10-year time frame by well over 200 students year over year, which is essentially a large chunk of an elementary school.
Yes, but you don't know what it's going to do 20 years out, 25, 30 years out.
Tom, I don't have the money to worry about that right now. We have more than enough time. And quite frankly, there might be a heck of a lot better alternatives due to topography and the other for adding on to schools 15 years from now. And by the way, I think we all concur that these two schools, at least I'll speak for myself, having been to both of them multiple times, they need renovation. Let's make no doubt about it. These schools need renovation. I think what you're hearing us all choke on is whether this particular school needs an addition with the enrollment percentages or the enrollment numbers we're looking at, with the knowledge that we have the capacity, with Mr. DeWitt's questioning and observation that we're going to need, or you're going to need to do a redistricting anyway. And we just built out Holland Hill to a 504 school. So I think that's what you're here is choking on, is not the renovation. Is that an accurate?
Yeah, Mr. Flynn, can I just make a couple of comments?
Yeah.
There is, I think you do have to take into consideration the comment that was made that the vacancy rate, if you will, is spread in, 2 chairs here, 3 chairs there, in 200-plus sections. So that is part of our planning effort, because we recognize that historically this town has operated between 85 and 90% operational capacity. We're never at 100%. We're never at, 504 school and let's get within 50 students of being a 504 school, because that would be 95% occupancy. And we've just never done that for 2 basic reasons. Our commitment to neighborhood schools, that kids go to schools near where they live, and our commitment to small class sizes.
Yeah, go ahead.
If it's just,
Hang on just a sec. Go ahead, Mr. Walsh.
I don't think that 85% is accurate, and there's a lot of I went for the tour tonight, and I never realized that Mill Hill at one point, in the not too distant past, had 475 students at it.
correct.
And operated. And so, if you look at Sherman, it's consistently had over 100% capacity at it. So there are plenty of schools that have that. When I look at capacity, sometimes the years are up, sometimes they're down. When I plan it, I don't plan on 85% of the top number you have. That's considered an up year, where capacity might go up to into the 90s. And some years it might go down into the 80s. I mean, that's the way this stuff goes. So I don't remember that we were going for 85% capacity.
We were, when I was on the board, and I may be messing up my numbers to a certain degree, when we were starting to look at some of these facilities plan, the idea was that you wanted to, every single school have some, for lack of a better term, wiggle room, because
Your booklet that you put together called it Headroom.
headroom, whatever it was called. And the idea was we never wanted to be over 100% capacity, but we understood that, and that's why we were doing these additions and renovations, but we wanted that wiggle room so we wouldn't have to put portables in. And I think the idea was, target 85% capacity. Was that it, Tom?
Between 85 and 90% is what we aim at.
Okay. And that's what we were trying to aim at. That was the concept that we started 10 years ago. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Mr. Mottola. That's good in background. Let's go to Mr. DeWitt, who's been patient here.
I just want to echo the comment, first, Ms. Marmion's comments. This just seems like we don't have enough data to make this decision. And I don't know how we charter a building committee when we don't even know how big we want the school to be? I don't understand that. I'm also going to echo Mr. Mattola's comments. Holland Hill's fresh in my memory, where the building committee sat here and said 18 million, and we choked, and a month later it was 14 million because of a simple redirection. So, you know, I don't know what the answer is. I agree it needs to be redone, but it appears as all the data you're showing us tonight presumes that this is a 504 school. If it's really true that there's only two options, 378 and 504, then why hadn't we seen any data at 378?
So can I was
Yeah.
in the middle of finishing a comment. We need to move this project forward because the infrastructure at the building needs help. I think every one of you know that that's true. The second thing we need to move the project forward is because the spaces required for specialized instruction are inadequate at Mill Hill, and so those spaces have to move forward. I think the debate we're having, which is a reasonable debate, does it have to be 504 or can it be 441? I remember 2 or 3 years ago when we were chatting about can we save money on the waterfall chart, and our board came forward to the Board of Finance and said 441, we could probably plan for that. And some individuals commented that they thought we were crazy for trying to make that 441 instead of 504 like the other schools.
That was Holland Hill.
That was
right?
Holland Hill.
And I want to address that.
Well, no, no, I want to.
I'd like to address
Yeah,
that.
I want to address
But
it
I want to
too.
finish my question,
Yeah,
too.
go
No,
ahead.
no, may I at
No,
least
no,
finish my
I'm
comment?
speaking now.
I can't.
Oh.
I'm speaking now.
No?
Now, all of a sudden, there's a 441 option. Your consultant just said there's two options, 378 and 504. And you wonder why we're confused. So is 441 an option?
4 years ago, we said if you want us to take the two 504 schools down, we could look at 462 for one and 441 for the other. That concept was not favorably reviewed. And so both schools have been put forward at 504. Holland Hill is in the more densely populated side of our town, and I think it makes perfect sense to have that as a 504. If I can finish.
I thought I had
There's
four, but
there's
okay.
there's no debate in my mind that if you wanted to say, can we build the school so that we maximize the operational capacity, you could do it at a less than 24 classrooms. You could do it at 21 classrooms. I don't think you can do it down to 18 classrooms, a 3-section school. I don't think you could go that low and accomplish some of the other goals that we have relative to relieving, maintaining class size, maintaining neighborhood schools, and relieving the overage at Sherman. But that is a debate in my mind, that tonight's decision is 1.5 million. Mr. Mottola, two things. Asking a building committee to try and get as quick a number as possible means that you won't get as good a number. And I think every architect and contractor will tell you that. The whole 1.5 is, and the time is needed to give this board and our board a real good cost estimate.
For what? For a 504 school?
For a real good cost estimate. And then, in my mind, I'm going to finish my sentence and that'll answer your question. In my mind, you would direct the building committee to plan on a 504, but do a deduct alternate to bring it down to a 21 classroom, which would be 441, and see what the true cost of that space is. And if we can't afford it as a town, and you don't want to plan on more than 8 years out, then you vote a 21 classroom building instead of a 24 classroom building. But then you have all the information in front of you that you need to make that decision. This is a planning grant, not a construction grant.
Mr. DeWitt, continue, and then I'll go to, I think, Mr. Walsh.
So, Mr. Cullen, what are we getting for 1.5 million?
You'll get schematic drawings for an addition and renovation with all code updates and a probable cost estimate for the project.
In where?
It's in that booklet.
At what level of
In the Greek,
students?
hold on. This book, Jim?
Yes.
Okay. But don't you need to know how big the school's going to be? I mean, schematic seems to me fairly detailed, right?
Yes.
So we do all these schematic diagrams, we get everything done for 1.5 million for 504 school, and then 6 months, a year from now, we say, nah, let's go to 441. How much have we wasted?
I don't think you've wasted anything if you instruct the building committee to look at a deduct alternate, and the project team can look at a deduct alternate to do a lower occupancy rate for that building.
Or
A
we could say
deduct
it's three,
alternate,
and
so
I
just-
think,
just so
and
I'm
we could say
clear.
it's 378 and do an add alternate
Correct.
to get it up
You could do
to higher
either.
levels, like
That's
a
where I was just
440
going, right?
and then a 504.
Correct.
Could do either. I think if they
That's what I'm
know
thinking too, right?
up front, it's not going to cost us anything extra. If they know up front what they're doing, I think if you go back to them later or they're halfway through their work, they're going to charge you more to do any extra work. But
So
if
this
they know
one-
up front what we're doing,
1.5 would cover all that? That's my question. It wouldn't have to be more money?
I'd have to probably ask. And
I mean, I'm looking at the
work
$1.5
on
million
that.
dollar breakdown right now, and I don't see revision for whatever the term
No,
you're
it
using,
wasn't.
add on or deduct. It looks like you get one set of a bunch of stuff for a very particular size school.
For a 504. And I was answering the question, is there an option to have the project team looking at a different size? And I answered that, yes, there is. We do it all the time when we bid projects. When we're not sure we have enough funding, an example would be the artificial turf field we just did. We wanted to get extra scoreboards, some extra, move the pole vault. We can ask for those add alternates. So they're designing the artificial turf field, and they give us an add alternate to add 2 more scoreboards. They give us an add alternate for this, sometimes up to 20 add alternates. And then we can look at the bid numbers and get the work done that we need. We can probably do the same thing with the design team.
Go to
And the
Mr.
project
Walsh, and then we'll go to Ms. Marmion and Ms. Esmond.
Some of the things I'm confused about, and I will just say, I think the school needs to be done. I went on the tour. I think it needs all the fresh air. I think it needs to be made a first-class school just like the other ones. So I just want to be clear about that. The question is, how many students should be there? Should it be you max out at the 10-year maximum of approximately 380 or 378? Or is it a 504? And what are the costs for that? So all the things you want, the rooms, all that stuff, I don't have a problem with. And I don't think most of the people, if anybody, doesn't want to do that. So it's really about what the size is, okay? But let's just take something historically, okay? Because we lose something if we don't talk about where we were and what we've done and what the plan was. Several years ago, and Mr. Dwyer, I think, hit upon it, you were going to come to us with Holland Hill. And we started having talks about Holland Hill, and I think it was supposed to go to your proposal was for 462?
Correct.
And we also, you told us that the next project in line was going to be Mill Hill, and that was going to be a 441. And this board asked a lot of questions. I know I specifically remember asking you, Mr. Cullen, a lot of questions about my fear of Mill Hill being topographically challenged in the back of the property, ledge potentially knowing that area, with dealing with real estate clients up in that area who routinely, like a client of mine who wanted to have an in-ground pool put in, and it budgeted $60,000. $185,000 later of blasting, they got their pool in. So that's and that's one block from here. So that's the kind of ledge issues you hit up there, and the topography of that property slants down towards the baseball field. So at the time, when you're talking about Holland Hill at being 462, I said, why don't we make it a 504? Why don't we take 2 of the classrooms that we're talking about doing, or the space we needed at Mill Hill School, and build it on flat ground that we know a lot more about now, and build it to this 504 level we've tried to build other schools to. there seemed to be shock on some of the Board of Education people that I was proposing building more than they wanted, but they took us up on it. And this board agreed that we would try to, at least financially, make a wise financial decision to do that. Much to the chagrin, there was a number of RTM members at the time who didn't really want to do this, and my name was being quoted on, well, he wants it. But the bottom line is it chose to be the best for the town, so we did that. Also, it gave us flexibility because Holland Hill was closer to McKinley. If we needed to redistrict, those two school districts were close enough together where that could actually make sense in a neighborhood kind of sense.
Yep, agree.
Am I saying anything
agree.
wrong?
Nope, I
Okay.
agree.
So we took it from 462 to 504, adding 42 seats. Now, in my head, I'm not trying to be cute about this, but in my head, I'm thinking, wow, that buys me 42 seats at Mill Hill, where they want 441, gets us down to 400 approximately. And because I'm worried about doing the construction at Mill Hill, that's going to be, I believe, quite costly with steel structures and foundations and ledge work and also potentially.
Mm-hmm.
And I got you to admit that, yes, there's the potential that construction could be very expensive. So here I am thinking I gave you 42 seats, but now when you come back, when the Board of Ed comes back and wants to do this, we're at 504 again. There's another 100 seats that they want to add. And I'm having a hard time understanding this. When enrollment's going down, not up, down.
Going down for the next 10 years.
Yes, going down for the next 10 years. I gave you 40, I pre-purchased in earlier dollars, because that was another thing, projections on cost estimates going up, pre-purchased 42 seats, and now you want another, I gave you this 42 seats, now you want another 100, you want 142 seats. Can you understand why some of us here who've gone through the process are frustrated by that?
Overall, the district is more or less flat for 10 years, but elementary is going down for 5 and then going back up for the next 5.
I know,
And by the way, that's on the latest projections, and those latest projections are down from the projections just 2 years ago by a couple hundred students. And at our current capacity, if you use the number that was 2728 in this book, which is 4,378, you're at 89.5% in total capacity around town, because you have, per the numbers that Mr. Cullen provided, 4,891 seats. Now, I know they're spread around town and all that, but that's an additional 500 seats.
And again, that falls right in the 85 to 90% target rate that we look at.
So we're good. Sold. Go to Mrs. Marmion.
So thank you. Just trying to kind of take a step back here. The request in front of us is for seed money to look at starting the Mill Hill project. We've all got a lot of confusion on what will that project look like, but we need the seed money to kind of figure out the costs. And we can have some options there with add or deduct alternatives, correct? Are we all on the same page with that? I think that's what you're hearing from us, right? So we're not saying definitively this is going to be a 504. That's not what we're voting on tonight. What we're voting on is the seed money. And as many of us have said, this school needs renovation. I would agree. So I think we're pretty much on the same page with that. The other thing is that those portables have come up. They're past their life expectancy. They're miserable, and they need to go away. If they go away, Mill Hill is going to be overcrowded. So we've got an issue we've got to confront, and we have to confront it by, I believe, voting to support this seed money. So that's kind of where I'm coming at this from. I think this is a really good conversation. I think there's a bigger issue here, and that is that we need a better vision of where we're going in the future in this town in terms of how to address the McKinley issue, and then also redistricting, pocket or not pocket, east side, west side. I mean, there's a lot that we kind of have to have more of a vision on and decisions from the Board of Ed. So I'm also coming from that perspective. But I actually have a question as well, and that is, when I look at 1.5 million, I need to know historically, when we've looked at other schools, is that the amount of money that we've approved for seed money? Is it less? Is it more? If it's more, why? And what are we getting for that extra money?
Yeah, it was a new concept we tried a couple of years ago to get a project team on board and start looking at the site and pulling together some schematics and getting a better number and estimate so that it wasn't coming from central office. Holland Hills seed money was $1,240,000. And they are working on that now. I increased it a little bit in some areas for escalation on the project team and in some areas where I thought we were going to need some more work. The 1.5
So can you
million.
be more specific? So $250,000 is a cushion because of inflation plus what?
Yeah, so if I happen to have both with me, Holland Hill and Mill Hill, but
Let's,
you want-
I do want to hold off here. We're still in the middle of the Malone and McBroom kind of questions. Right, so it's not before, so I don't want to get too detailed, because we can let these gentlemen go. Okay, so we'll come back to that. I mean, we might, the horse might already be out of the
No,
barn.
I like that. I wanted to open up by thanking you for coming
Right.
to the site visits, but
But
we
go
jumped
ahead.
right into this.
Well, thank you for those who conducted the tour. So let me touch a third rail here for a second. So the two scenarios that show the 504 have been rejected, I think essentially because of the closures. But let me ask you about the closures. In your projections, are these permanent closures? Do they come back online? Have you actually done anything to determine that?
We didn't determine what the future fate of the building would be.
Mhm.
Obviously, that would be a town and Board of Ed decision on mothballing, not mothballing, further use. We never got that far. We were just testing whether or not if it would even be the realm of possibilities. Is it feasible? Let alone, is it acceptable? Or is it the best decision? We left that out of the equation. So
And it's only feasible at a 504
by having that additional
project,
space.
right. So my observation has been that with Mill Hill, it's not just a question of bodies, it's also delivering services within the footprint of the building. There's some really specific issues with them. And then the other comment I'll make is I believe probably this board has approved seed money for projects whose scope we did not have any certainty about. So, I mean, I understand that.
No.
No.
No?
No.
And started this seed money with River,
Well, I don't mean necessarily school projects.
and we had very detailed definition, as we did on Holland Hill.
Well, maybe for the schools.
The closest we've come to what you're saying is the golf course. But even there, we tried
Right.
to be as specific as possible as to what we didn't want to see, and that we wanted to rein them in as opposed to scope.
Just to answer your question, if I may, what
Sure.
Tom is proposing, we're looking at it strictly from the demographics standpoint. As part of any feasibility where you get into the actual due diligence of the constructability, that's where the size of the building may ultimately change based on the physical construct of the building itself, the site itself, and you have to then, as Tom is proposing, weigh the dollar value per square foot over those two size ranges and make that decision. So we're looking at it absent of the physical side, which is what Tom is proposing the seed money for.
Part of the discovery.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Mr. DeWitt?
I actually have a projection question. Is open choice included in your enrollment projections?
Yes, they are.
They are.
Correct.
How many? Or is it a percentage, or?
So they are incorporated into the persistency ratios. So we don't add them in separately. They're just built into the regular model. So I think we used.
You got to help me with that.
Yeah.
Is that,
So we assume that current open choice enrollment levels will continue, not that they would grow.
So basically, whatever, to simply put, whatever has happened over the last 3 years with open choice students coming in, that gets captured in those persistency ratios. So by using only the last few years, that immigration or that additional amount gets moved forward without specifically adding choice students per grade in each school.
So that's that 72 number? Is that, am I remembering correctly?
Well, it's whatever the growth was or whatever.
68.
Yeah.
65. So your assumption is a constant 65 year over year. Some kids move out, some kids move in.
And since it's open choice, we don't know what their choice is going to be or who's going to choose in what grade.
Well, I bet you can bet they're going to stay here. So
we do, yeah, we see that, but we don't actively model it in as if it's going to grow in any way.
Okay, fair. Thanks.
Go ahead, Mr. Walsh.
Who told you to make that assumption? Was that your assumption, or did you get told that by the board or by the central office to make that assumption?
This isn't the only school district that has open choice that we've worked with, but we've worked with at the instruction of the administration as well. It's not unique in that it's the first time we're handling it.
Okay, so if they asked, did you ask them what their plan was for open choice in the future?
We modeled it assuming the open choice would continue at the current level.
At the current level?
Yeah.
Okay. So if the open choice by the board decides to increase dramatically, that would completely change the model too, right?
Yeah, it would change the baseline of the projections. If pre-K were to dramatically expand, then we would handle that differently as well. There's a lot of what-ifs in everything that we do.
Okay. No, because the open choice seems to change. Sometimes it's expanding and sometimes it's, like this year, staying the same. But there doesn't seem to be, I don't see a board vote on it, what their plans are. So it's hard to judge on that.
Mr. DeWitt?
We can control the number of open choice. We can't control how many kindergartners move into town.
Okay.
And I just will tell you that one of my concerns is, just on open choice, is if we have, say we have an extra 100 seats or 150 seats, and maybe because of the capacity that we build it to. How do I go to the taxpayer and say that I'm building schools or building school space for open space kids that are not in our district? It's a hard argument to explain to the taxpayer. One thing is, I understand that we would have extra seats and we take a child in. But if we're building capacity, and then you're telling me we have all these extra seats, possibly hundreds, and the board's decision is to fill those seats, then we've built capacity for out-of-district children with taxpayer dollars. And that's a hard argument to explain to the taxpayer. And I think it would be easier to judge that if the board made a decision about a certain number, so that we'd know what that was.
We're never building space for the open choice students. We're never building space for that. We're building space for 21 students. And in a year where we might have 18 students in that same classroom that has been built for the 18 kids from Fairfield, we can get one student in that particular classroom at no additional cost because of the classroom. We're filling those ones and twos seats that exist in classrooms, 230 classrooms throughout the district. So
that's
you
not
would
quite
never be
true.
going to the public and saying, I built 4 classrooms for open choice students. I just have an extra seat that doesn't cost us any money.
But that's not true, because they're included in your projections by his own definition. So if they're included in your projections, and part of your rationale for the projections,
We're building to the projection.
you're building to the projections.
No, because those 60 students are spread over 230 classrooms. And so literally, you'd still build the classroom. You'd still build it to the same size. You would just have one less kid in it.
Then you wouldn't have it in your projections, and if you had the extra capacity within the projections, you'd add the kid, but you're actually including them in your projections going forward. So you are planning on them.
And the modeling of that.
In the modeling of it. In the model of everything we say 4,378 kids here in 27-28. That includes 65 open choice kids.
You know, that includes maybe 2
Maybe
at that
what?
particular school.
I don't care what school. It's 4,378. You're saying you have 65 of them. You subtract those out, you should be looking at an enrollment of 4,300 versus 4,900 capacity. You'd say you have 600 additional capacity, which is 2 schools worth of capacity.
Yeah, I misheard you. I thought you were comparing the 65 with a 378 school.
No.
I misheard.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, when we look at this, our projections are really less than this if we're just talking, to Mr. Walsh's point, about Fairfield students. And that's not saying you wouldn't be good citizens and take in kids from Bridgeport, but it is saying that you don't plan on it, on what you're building to capacity. If it just happens that you have the space available, you use it. Right, that's your point.
That's exactly my point.
Okay. Anybody else? Mr. Becker?
So if Mill Hill goes to 504 and the entire school district has some form of redistricting across the board to obviously the minimal percentage, and the potential Holland Hill concern is now removed and the actual current McKinley concern from balance is completely fixed, does the open choice headcount at that point stop with additions and then go down and essentially, yeah, I mean, if you've got a kindergarten, it could take 13 total years, but down to 0 at some point? Or do you maintain that level or increase that? What do you do with that? And that's it's in your calculations, it seems like, to keep doing that, even though the redistricting's happened, those problems have been fixed, and all of the, you know, and you've projected a 504, so it's probably less a question for you and more for the board, but it seems like that maybe is where people are concerned based on this.
Yeah.
and
So the school district has
understand.
participated in open choice 2 decades, maybe more.
Okay. It's come out more recently, but it probably wasn't talked about as much.
Yes,
prior.
it has.
So that's why I ask. Well, history.
And I believe our school district should and will continue to participate in that program on a space available basis that does not push a section over into needing another section. When this question first came up, we tracked back about a decade, and we were at, I think, 60 at the time. The highest we had been was 79, and as space got more and more at a premium, we reduced the number of spaces that we allowed in, which then brought it down to 60. And I suspect, if you're asking the question, what's going to happen with open choice, I suspect that we're going to go up and down between 60 and 70 and 80, especially if the McKinley question is no longer a question from the state. This is on tape. We have been trying to find alternatives to the racial imbalance because fundamentally our Board of Education, I think I'm speaking for them, believe that actually McKinley is the most racially balanced school we have. We just happen to be outside of a regulation that the Department of Education passed back in the 60s, that when it was a African American versus white question. Today, it's an international population versus Caucasian question, completely different question, but their regulation hasn't caught up to that change of our demographics. So we were trying to get the state to agree to not enforce a dramatic change 2 years ago. We were trying to get the state to say, let us buy time while we do mitigate the issues. And one of the mitigations was, if we increased open choice, would that cause the state to say they're trying. We'll give them more time. That was the goal of that question. But if you ask me the question, what do I think this district will do over the course of a decade or 15 years? I think they're going to just go up and down, similar to the enrollment graph, based on what space is available.
And somewhere
Seats
within
available.
that range.
My guess.
I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think I just heard you say that the state is 50 years behind the time. Who knew?
Well, I wouldn't say they're only that number of years behind the times.
And Mr. Walsh?
Mr. Cullen, with this budget for the $1.5 million, and the Board of Selectmen voted on was a 504, basically. How does, if we wanted to do the opposite and go from 378 up, I don't understand how we get this ad alternate done for the same, what?
It's a very valid question.
Okay.
Let's save it until the item's
That's fine.
before us.
That's fine.
Do we have any other questions? I want to be cognizant of these gentlemen's time. Do we have any other questions for our consultants?
I have one question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Are you assuming the population of Fairfield is going to be going up?
So in our projections model, we look exclusively at your K-5 and K-12 populations.
Okay.
We do not do population projections globally.
The only time we look at your overall population is when we look at the females of childbearing age and fertility rates to be able to help assess what the likely future births are going to be.
Okay. And you also don't consider what areas of town there's more development in. For example, like I'm down in the Sherman area, okay? And, you know, you drive down up and down the streets, you see building going on where all these capes are being built into 5-bedroom houses. Which, you know, it's happening on my own street where there just happens to be a population. I'm surrounded by a great bunch of elderly people, but they're aging out. And then when they go to sell the properties, the builders are buying them, and they know that, so they don't have to pay a commission. And then a huge house is being put up. But you guys don't look at any of that, like talk to the building department about building starts? Oh, you do? Okay. So you take that into account when you're making these projections?
That's a big part of the persistence of the higher
Yes.
enrollment at Sherman going forward.
Sherman
is
going forward.
The tear down and the build-up activity.
Okay, so you're taking that all into account when you're...
We're not specking, you know, 5 to 10 years where other new residential development's going to occur. We're looking at what's happening now, looking at the impacts of it, and saying that, you know, this is likely going to be continuing as the aging population there keeps turning over the houses.
In each district
In
you're
each-
doing this?
in
for
each district.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Anybody else? All right. Seeing none. Gentlemen, thank you very much. Appreciate you being here tonight.
Thank you.
And guess what's next on our agenda? Shocking for all. I think I have to go to Ms. Marmion and Mr. Walsh after I read this. Item number 5, to hear, consider, and adopt a bond resolution as recommended by the Board of Selectmen entitled, "A Resolution Appropriating $1,500,000 for costs associated with the planning, design, and obtaining cost estimates for the renovation and expansion of Mill Hill Elementary School and the cost of relocation of temporary classrooms installed at Mill Hill Elementary School, and authorizing the issuance of bonds to finance such appropriation." We have a motion to put that before us. We'll go with Mr. Mottola, seconded by Mr. Walsh. The item is before us. I'm going to recognize Mrs. Marmion, whether she wants to be or not.
So I had asked before, the 1.5 million in terms of the seed money, can you give us, you gave us some perspective on, historical perspective on what have we asked for in terms of seed money for other projects, and you mentioned that this 1.5 was approximately $250,000 more than, was it Holland Hill? Yeah, and
Yes, it is.
I just, and there was a cushion in there. I want to understand, is that because costs have gone up? And what else is included in that?
Sure. I've got the side-by-side comparison. So, in Holland Hills project team initial funding, under the title Architect, Engineers, Consultants, it was budgeted $495,500. If you look in your booklet on page 11, the number for the Architect, Engineer, Consultant was raised to $595,500. So I raised it $100,000, thinking that this is a large team of people working. It's another year or two later, and there'd be an escalation. The hazmat environmental for Holland Hill was figured at 82,000. I raised it to 112,000 because of what I know about Mill Hill. I know that there is more asbestos abatement containing materials. I have information on the PCB chlorine testing that was done, and a few other things that we have from our consultants that are monitoring those school buildings annually. So I figured a little bit more money there for that. The next item I increased was the construction management owner representative team. So I went from 155,000 at Holland Hill to 225,000. The team that's been working with the building committees, we don't know what that team will be, but I noticed by sitting on some of those building committees in those meetings that it's been a tight number to keep low. So I increased that a little. And then lastly, I went down to the contingency and escalation and just increased that a little more and averaged it to 1.5 million.
So we've been talking about the add deduct alternatives. Is that something that you anticipate would add to the cost of this seed money?
It could. I don't think it'll be a lot if we know up front what we're going to ask them to do. The building committee will pick a team, and we could ask them for proposals to do a deduct alternate to do a lower occupancy total for that school. And I can explain, I know what you want to ask me, Mr. Walsh, but my experience...
We know each other for this long. I love our relationship.
I know it, really. He wants my job, by the way. He mentioned that tonight in the walkthrough. He said he's learning so much.
I told Mr. Cullen tonight he can predict my questions when we were on the tour. I'm like, I almost do your job well enough that I can do your job.
Oops. I don't know what's doing that. My experience in doing this for a very long time is we tend to get better numbers when it's a deduct alternate versus a low estimate with add-ons. Cell phones, please. Someone's phone sitting. Someone might have a cell phone sitting too close to a mic. Generally, that's what we see. We tend to see that we get better numbers when we bid projects and ask for a deduct alternate to take something out versus tell them we're trying to save money, keep it real, real low, and do an add alternate to increase it. That would be my recommendation, but I can't tell the building committee to do that. It'll be up to them.
In your experience, which I think I've been here for most of, have you ever done a project where you've been deducting 20% of the population of the school in regards to looking at a deduct alternate?
Not on an occupancy rate, but certainly on some large renovation projects, HVAC projects. We have looked at some huge
No, I'm talking about an
deductions.
entire, what we're talking about.
You know, no,
We're talking about right here, this kind of project.
no, not for a school system. I haven't.
The reason I'm asking is because I would imagine, and because you're talking about getting schematics, okay? And I've worked with a lot of architects. I work with them almost daily. We're going to be doing schematics on all these different scenarios. It's going to be a lot of money. Just like, it's like if I've been involved in house building too. So if I want to have a house and I want to have schematics done for it to get to that level, and I say I want to have a 3,000 square foot house. Also, do the schematics too for a 2,000 square foot house. It's a lot of work. And the architect's not going to say, hey, for around the same money, just a little bit more, I'll do that, because it involves designing the rooms where they are. You're going to have to be, I presume, some of the money you're building in here, rightfully so, is to figure out where ledge is. I mean, there's going to have to be a full ledge study up there on where you can even build. And based on where that is or isn't, a design for a 380 square foot, 380 student building might be different from a 504 about where you put things. Could be completely different.
It could be. I would go back to your original statement in that the difference between a 441 and a 504 might mean just the number of classrooms. So technically, and I would like to see Mill Hill get renovated and upgraded to all the new codes and standards, mechanical means of fresh air, all that's still going to happen.
Yep.
It's really a matter of 441 or 504 is the amount of the addition and classrooms that'll be added on.
Why do you keep saying that 441 and 504? What about 380?
Well, if you wanted a third scenario for the building committee to
Oh,
look
without a
at.
doubt.
Without a doubt.
Okay.
Without a doubt. Because that's really the highest capacity over 10 years
Yeah.
for a neighborhood school, which I think they're entitled to. It's always been a neighborhood school.
I mean, the only research I could do is a local architect we work with in town and just run it by him. How he would react to a very large building project at a school for a 504 occupancy and then doing a deduct alternate for a 441 and another deduct alternate for a 378
And who would
see
that
how
be?
he reacts.
Who would that be?
Philip Cerrone is local and knows our schools inside out and probably could help me with
Do you
some of
remember
that.
when we were looking at Riverfield?
Mhm.
And when we had him do the same thing? And what number he gave us versus what it ended up being?
Yeah.
How much off was that?
It was a lot.
It was like $5 or $6
but
million bucks.
I'm only going to ask him, as a design professional, how would he approach the idea of these deduct alternates for two different occupancy rates? That's
Okay.
all. I mean, I reached out
just-
to him for a second floor idea at Mill Hill. I had my own opinion. I had a list of what I thought it would cost, but I had him look at it and add to it because I thought that might come up. Why aren't we going up instead of out with a tough site?
I just want to make sure that that number, which when I was on the Board of Selectmen, we asked him, I said, is this a real number? Would you prefer put your professional reputation on the line for this? And he gave us a number. It turned out to be like $6 million difference.
Yeah.
So, we can't be $6 million off on this number between options.
No, and I think that's
Okay.
why we do the project team initial funding idea now, to get a better number.
Mr. Mottola, go ahead.
So I thought, didn't we do that for Holland Hill? Didn't we have them go back and do another set of schematics because there was an issue? I forgot what it was. Maybe I'm wrong, but I know there was two different designs for that
Number
building.
came in too high initially.
Yeah,
and
so
they
we
sent
sent them back.
Yeah.
And that was covered by the seed money, wasn't it? Or maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, I think when we get an estimate that's too high, the building committee does work with the project team to do some engineering means and methods to reduce it. But I don't know if we told the building committee to get two different occupancy proposals for Holland Hill.
What you're saying is, did the 1.24 cover the original design and then redesign to get it down? The answer is yes. They did that within their budget.
Let's go to Mr. DeWitt.
To Mr. Walsh's point, just to be fair, I think part of the problem with that one, Mr. Walsh, was the ed specs were really bad, and they're not now, right? We have ed specs for this building, correct?
We
I think
do.
that proposal, that there was a $4 or $5 million swing, there were either no ed specs or they were poor, isn't that?
I think they were very detailed and didn't allow the building committee any flexibility, maybe, and
There was
we made a
one
lot
that
of
wasn't
changes.
detailed, and there was
Yeah.
one, whichever project it
Yep,
was.
so we have revised them.
Yeah.
Okay.
They are tighter.
Yeah. Here's what I struggle with. I listened to your enrollment experts. I didn't like some of the guidelines that they put together, or that they took from the Board of Ed, in terms of, hey, we need to do this, because it kind of boxed them in, right? You follow these guidelines, and there was only a certain set of conclusions they could reach. And I'm not saying that was intentional by the Board of Ed, but you just look at what their guidelines were, right? Then I go and I look at their projections. And they did their medium range projections. And 2 years ago, if they came here, they would have been here and just as confident in their projections then as they were in their projections now on the mid-range. Just as confident, and they're professionals. They should be. They were 350 students off in their projections 8 to 9 years out. 350 students off, that's an entire school. So when I sit here in the economic times that we're in, and I'm looking at renovating this school, and arguably, and Tom, you would know better than I, right? Arguably, this plot of land in this school has more challenges with it in terms of addition than most others, because of the topography, because of the ledge issue, because of where it's located and all that. And I sit here and I say, my God, why are we considering a 504 for this site? We don't have enrollment projections that show in the next 10 years that we need it. Nothing you've showed me shows me that we need 504 here at this site in the next 10 years, or that we need to make this decision in the next 6 months. And let me be very clear. I completely support the renovation of this school, just like I completely support and have been on the record for years with the renovation of Sherman. But you're going to have a real hard time convincing me with all this information to take the gamble on a 504 school on this piece of property. It just doesn't make sense to me at this point in our economic lives and at this point with the enrollment projections. And I don't know what that does to your 1.5 million, Tom. I'm just telling you where I'm coming out on the whole darn thing is that I would rather get a real nice set of designs for a smaller school that really supports the community, that we know for a fact that whatever happens in the school district, this is a school that's going to be needed because of where it's located, correct? So that's what I'm kind of planning for, Mr. Mottola.
And I understand what the only reason why it might be worth doing a 504 school there is, in my eyes, and maybe I have to look at the numbers a little more closely, is to help Sherman School. Because that school's perpetually at 100%, and we can't do
Over
much
100%.
there, right?
Yeah.
That's the only. That's the one of the only
And
reasons.
until, and Mrs. Marmion hit on this a couple of times tonight, until I see a plan that says what the redistricting looks like, I don't even know that that's right. Because we know, right, yes, it's painful. You sat on the Board of Education, right? You don't like to go through redistricting on the Board of Education, but guess what? You're going to have to. You're going to have to. Whether we do this or not, there's too much swirling around. And I don't think that work has been done to say what are the options there. And I don't want to invest millions of dollars in making us over capacity more than we're going to be without the plan in place, period. You know, go ahead, Mr. DeWitt.
I was just going to say the exact same thing. I think we owe the parents at least a concept of the redistricting plan. If I learned nothing else tonight, no matter what we do, don't renovate Mill Hill, renovate it, whatever size school, there's a redistricting plan. That's what your consultant said. I think for a given options, if we're going to do 3 options for a 378 and a 441 and a 5, whatever, all of those have to have at least some sort of redistrict plan for our parents. Because, and then get their input. I mean, if 504 causes a huge redistricting and everybody in Sherman all of a sudden is sitting in Mill Hill, maybe someone might change their mind. I don't know. But I think that's a vital component of the whole equation.
And there are conceptual redistricting maps in the various booklets. It is difficult to say, let's draw these lines at these exact locations for something that's not going to happen for 5 or 6 years. No.
Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah.
Because we're going to do it this way, pending whether we build and renovate this school. It is a chicken or egg. If I know that we all agree that the school has to get renovated, some addition for the specialized spaces, we're really debating between an extra 3, or in Mr. Walsh's case, an extra 6 classrooms. That's what we're debating, and it's a realistic debate.
But why would I plan on a redistricting program that assumes we're going to spend multi-million dollars to build that out? I'd rather plan on a redistricting program that says the school's going to be renovated, it's going to support a program, now build a redistricting plan that assumes that. Because we've already shown at least from your enrollment experts, that we have more than enough capacity by their own projections for the next 10 years.
And next spring, my argument would be next spring, when we have good numbers, and we have a building committee that says, yeah, we can put 24 classrooms on that building, we investigated the ledge, it's not as much of an issue as we imagined, then we say, what do we want? 24 classrooms, 21 classrooms, 18 classrooms? And then it becomes a financial question.
My only problem is what the charge is to the building committee, because we all have experience with building committees that go off on their own, right? And I think if you set a building committee up and say, what we really want is a 504, right, they're going to go right for a 504, and they're going to tell us every reason why building less than that is not appropriate. And sure as heck, your consultants, in terms of your construction consultants, are going to tell you the same darn thing, because they get a bigger piece of the pie by doing so. So I'd rather have them coming in saying, build small, that's what we want, that's what the charge is, as opposed to increase capacity further than what we already have. That's my own bias.
There's no charge yet, right? There hasn't been a...
There's
There
ed
is.
specs.
The ed spec, but
Well, and remember, the building committees, they go by those ed specs like,
I know,
No, but I believe if the charge is,
we could recharge that.
I do believe a deduct alternate, you'll get better numbers. I think Mr. Cullen is correct on that. If you tell a design team, because I've done a lot of commercial building in the last 20 years, if you tell a design team, I want you to design for 24 classrooms, but show me where you do the dotted line to eliminate 3 classrooms in advance and look at the numbers, you're going to get that architectural work at very little cost, and it'll be within the 1.5 million. I think that will happen. If this board were to say, no, do less than 504, you're essentially saying the project will not move ahead in a timely fashion to allow next spring for the plans to come in front of you to meet the June 30 deadline for the state, for the simple reason that then I'd have to go back to the Board of Ed, say, no, instead of 504, we have to have a debate as to what the number is, and then bring it back through the Board of Selectmen, back through here, then to the RTM. And I just think from a practical point of view, we're both saying the same thing. I just happen to think a deduct alternate.
I'm just not making a
Specific
multi-million-dollar
instructions.
decision based on the fact that you just said you got a gun to your head to make the decision, now. I'm just not.
No, I think the only decision I'm asking you to make is to spend $1.5 million to get good plans. That's all.
Go right ahead.
So I have a question for Phil so how does that decision affect the large spaces, like a cafeteria, gym, a library, where the existing may be almost big enough or okay, but to go to 504, you're going to need another gym or more room?
Yeah, that's really a question for Mr. Cullen. The core spaces do have to accommodate the size of the school. Whether the gym would be slightly less because you had 2 or 3 less classrooms, that's a question for Mr. Cullen.
Yes, and if you took one of the tours, I only did tonight, but if you went on the tours...
I was there Thursday.
Okay, so we should have identified to you that the APR is small, we want to get rid of the stage and expand that for more seating. And we also find that the principals like the idea of the stage being in the gym. It's a larger place of assembly for a lot of their events. The kitchen is the smallest kitchen in the district. The school itself has the least amount of small spaces for instructional use. So in a normal elementary school in the district, we're looking at 17 to 24 small spaces. Mill Hill has 10. So all of those things combined together are the existing building and the interior. The library's large enough, but it doesn't have the computer room close to it. It's down the end of the hall. So all of those spaces will be dealt with in the interior of the building and will be worked on, whether it's a 378, 441, or a 504 school.
Jim?
But,
Oh, I'm sorry.
but the size requirement won't change between those different levels?
No, the APR will, because we're going to remove the stage. We're going to have the project team look at the kitchen. They need expanded storage for freezer and refrigerator space, possibly a 2-serving line. On the days when a lot of kids take hot lunch, the line is way out the kitchen and into the corridor. It's very small, so all those will get upgraded.
But doesn't it make a difference if it's 370 versus 504?
Right.
Not now at this location because it's so small. It's our smallest elementary school for classroom, amount of classroom space, kitchen size, APR size, all of those.
Would you have 3 serving lines instead of 2?
Yeah, exactly.
504 school. I think
We asked that tonight,
something
too.
like that. That's
No,
They don't know, you didn't know when we asked that same
we're
question.
recommending 2 serving lines, but the principal really dictates how he's gonna run his APR in his cafeteria.
Yeah, but I think what we're trying to get to,
So-
Tom, let's see if I can ask this a different way. This is our third shot. You have the core functions of the building. The gym, the APR, the kitchen, maybe I'm screwing things up, hallways, bathrooms, and all that, right? It's been said to us tonight, hey, let's design it as if it was a 504. And then let's cut it back and say if we just lost these 3 classrooms, right, it would be a 440, right? So the question is, but are there also things you would do differently in the core of the building to accommodate 440 versus 504? Understanding that as it currently exists, there's going to be some level of renovation to alleviate the issue. But would you make the same decisions in the core of the building to support 440 that you would 504?
Yes.
Okay. So the only thing that would be different is 3 classrooms.
Well, with those classroom additions goes common space. You have to understand, when we add classrooms on, there has to be common space to get to them. So there's corridors, there's bathrooms, there's a janitor's
That's what
closet.
I just asked.
There's
right.
storage.
It feels like it's like who's on first.
So-
Okay. So there are some core things that would change.
For the addition
Right.
onto the school, not the existing building.
Okay. So it wouldn't affect the size of the gym, the size of the kitchen. You'd build the same kitchen at 440 and 380 that you would build at 504.
Correct.
Same kitchen, just longer lines. Does that answer your question, Mary?
Yeah.
Mr. Brown, did you have something?
Just on a
Yeah.
practical basis, the gym is the gym. It's not going to change the size of the gym, but putting a stage on it will be the same stage that you'd put on it anyways. The APR room will not change the envelope. You'll just eliminate the stage from there, and it'll become the APR room. And it's not the APR room plus 40 extra feet for the extra students. It's just what it is, existing space.
The extra square feet from the stage will become extra APR square footage.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct. We're
Yep.
trying not to propose too many extra items to the existing core building.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think Mr. Brown had something, did you?
Just back to the 1.5 million. So on this page 11 here, Tom, we get everything here, right? I have no idea where they're going to put the portables. I mean, there's no room back there, but
Well, my opinion is, I don't mean to interrupt, but my opinion would be that the 2 old portables are definitely in the way to any type of addition that would swing around.
okay, so just
utilize
moving
that
them
space.
around
The
back
triple
there.
unit could stay, maybe towards the end of the renovation and addition that gets started, they start to come down and it can expand. I would kind of hope that that triple unit wouldn't have to move somewhere on the site.
Okay, so we get all the details here as you list. And then on this document that we received, I guess we received it last Thursday, whenever we were last here, where there was a bunch of questions, and on question 7, how much is being requested? And it talks about the 1.5 million, this is on page 3. And it said the building committee's plan for a 504, but requested deduct alternative for a 441, right? So the 1.5 gets us this, which includes these two scenarios. Now we're asking for another deduct alternative. And you think the 1.5 covers that?
I think it should, yes. My opinion is I think it should.
Okay.
I don't know about a third scenario.
And I do believe that if that is clearly stated to the building committee up front, they'll hire people and say, here's what we want to accomplish, here's the money we have, and they want the job, they're going to do it within those. It's when you start them planning one direction and you throw a curveball at them that they get to charge you more.
Right, I understand. So that was the follow-up question, is the building committee will have those explicit instructions that we want to see those scenarios. Correct?
Yes, and it'll be the town purchasing authority who actually sends the bids out, so that language is written properly.
Yeah, but we want to make sure that the building committee's focused on it as well.
Got it.
We don't want any ambiguity on that. Mr. Walsh?
First of all, we use an outside company to do the cafeteria stuff, right? Whitson's?
No.
Yes,
They
the
do
operation of it. Yeah, okay. And despite the fact that we've planned for 2 lines, they don't staff 2 lines. That's been a continual problem and a continual complaint about parents who have children in the district where there were supposed to be 2 lines to speed things up. Whitson's is only staffing 1 line.
Portion of the time. I think they believe that the quantity of students getting hot lunch versus cold lunch is very different every day, and they can do it with 1 manager with 1 computer checking all the kids out. Other days when it's pizza day and it's a popular day, the lines are a little bit longer and they could use a second serving line.
Because I don't want to presume that we're going to be using 2 lines, and we're paying for 2 lines from a standpoint of buying stuff to create that and spending money and budgeting it, and then it not be being used.
Well, if I can put your mind at ease and explain that at Sherman School, and we can do this in moving forward, we've done a mobile second serving line scenario. It's a mobile unit that comes out and can attach to the kitchen area and be set up for the kids to stand from the corridor coming in, and then the other kids are at the normal line inside the cafeteria. So we have a mobile option that works. And
So we
that's
might
less
only
costly
need 1 line, and then to have a mobile option.
to do a second.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. This is kind of theoretical, because this whole thing is theoretical, because I never remember a building project like this where I don't know where I'm building a school for 380, 441, 504. It seems kind of like we almost have to change this plan about, like, I don't know why we'd be spending money on lead green building consultant until we knew what size building we're going to build and what the schematic is for what we're building. Like, you have $25,000. Are we going to have that lead green building consultant take the 3 schematics and figure out what their
Yes.
consulting will be?
Yes, because one, it's an extremely important piece to the project. It will save us money, and secondly, the state reimbursement process requires it.
Well, I understand that would be done. It's just when it's done. It seems to be that person. I'm not saying that shouldn't be done. The question is, shouldn't it be done after we've decided
After we have the 3 scenarios and which one we're
which
going with.
one we have, right? You
yes,
wouldn't
could.
have the lead consultant do
You could.
their work on all 3 scenarios, would you?
Yeah. No, and I
No?
think that goes back to Ms. Marmion's question where she said, is there great savings if we don't do some of these?
Yeah.
There aren't great savings, but there are some. You might save $100,000, and that would be one of them. You could hold off till you had the
How much
3
do you think it would
scenarios.
be to just figure out the 3 scenarios without actually getting into detailed drawings?
Yeah, I wouldn't want to say. I wouldn't be able to tell you.
You have no idea.
Well, I don't want you to put me on the line and say I have no idea.
All right,
I
so
certainly have an idea, but...
If I gave you, just to move this thing forward tonight, since we really don't know where we're going, if we gave you $750,000, half the money, and said, come back to us then, but it would get the project moving and come back to us as fast as possible. Do your ledge review.
I think that's a mistake.
Okay, why?
I think because we bond the 1.5 million for the building committee to work with. If they don't use it, it goes back to the town. So it's not a matter of them expending all of the 1.5, knowing that they have that. Generally, that's the charge of the building committee. When they're given the charge, they're given an amount of money, it's funded, it's approved. Whatever they don't spend goes back to the town and isn't bonded.
Mr. Mayor, is that true, or does it stay with the building project?
Well, if they don't spend it, it'd come back, but once it goes to the building committee, there's no control over it.
What really happens is you bond less in the next phase, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
In Riverfield.
There would be money there.
Right.
Just went to the school, right?
Right. It says we bonded 1.5, we spent 1.2, we're carrying over 300,000. It's going to cost $10 million to do the renovations. We're going to bond an additional 9.7.
Right.
I mean, I want to get the project.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't, I mean, nothing comes back until the project's over.
Exactly, until the closeout.
That's what, right, that's what I'm
Right,
saying.
and then
It's-
it just goes to pay off the debt. It doesn't really come back to the town. The
Right,
town doesn't keep the funds.
right. But it, that's what I'm saying.
It
I mean, it's-
reduces our obligation.
Yeah.
Outstanding.
So why couldn't we just fund, just to get this project moving and on an expedited basis, fund 750, have you come back, do all the testing, just go full bore at it, come back with 3 options. And then come back, I don't care whether you come back in 2 months from now, and tell us, and then we have a full conversation on what the option is at that point in time. Because I think we need to get focused on what number we're building to as fast as possible. I think we all, I mean, I'm not going to speak for everybody. Everybody could chirp up. I want to move this project. I want to do this project, but I need to get some figures on the numbers before we move forward. And I don't want to waste time doing full documents, like you're talking about, doing full schematics on a 504. Full drawn schematics, if that's what you want to do. And then you want to come back to me with some add alternate deductions. Where I'd rather have if we decide that the number's 441, I'd rather the full schematics be done on the 441. That the money would be better invested there. I mean, it's just a weird situation to be in because we're never in the situation where we're asking what number it is.
Is it a follow? Can you ask that?
Well, yeah, I thought I asked that question about 45 minutes ago, and I thought the answer was he didn't think that was the right way to go. That's all. But I hear what you're saying.
And he's saying 45 minutes later the same thing.
I really hate to give the building committee less money and have them not have enough, and then stop the process and come back to all the town bodies
So-
for an extra 100,000.
Let's go to
That's what I'm
Mrs.
trying to-
Claire first, and then let's
ahead,
have Mary go back. And then we'll
So here's my fear, is I want to fund the renovation, but looking at these projections right now, I don't see how I can justify the 504. But I read the building specs, and they look like we're telling the building committee to build a building to 504. And knowing from past history how building committees work, they're going to design something for 504. And then we're going to spend all this money, and it's going to come back to this board, and we're going to say the enrollment projections don't show this, we can't afford this. And then what do? We've wasted a year, we've wasted $1 million. So I'm looking at it the way Jim is. I need to have options because right now I can't see how we can build a building that large unless you come back and tell me that, no, it's no more expensive. And I don't think that's going to happen.
Just 2 comments. It's probably 2 months before they put a building committee together and actually hire the development team. And then it will take time for them to do the planning necessary to bring a good number to the Board of Education, the Board of Selectmen, the Board of Finance. Giving them 750, you won't get a good number like you were hoping to get with Holland Hill or with Riverfield. You really do need to fund the entire amount in order to put a full plan together and come up with, here is the real number.
I think, Mary,
I think you really do have to spend the whole 1.5 in
Chair.
order to get to what you want, the information you want.
I think Mary summarized it very well, though. What we're choking on is the 504, because the enrollment projections, I think you're hearing it from everybody. You come back with a 504, I think this could stop in its tracks. And I just want the building committee to be so charged so that they completely understand what the expectation is.
So,
Mr. Mayor, let's go to Mr. Mayor, and then Mr. DeWitt, I'll go right
Yeah,
to
I
you.
was going to say, if, you know, given listening to the board here, if there's a specific direction that you want the building committee to have, one concept is to have it go back to the Board of Selectmen to develop the charge for the building committee and incorporate that into your authorization.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Go ahead,
so
Mr. DeWitt.
I hear Mr. Walsh on one side saying 750, and then I hear Mr. Mayor saying, you know, once the money's with the building committee, it's their money to spend. So I wonder, is there a process where we could bond the 1.5, but only allocate, is that the right word, maybe, 750,000, and leave it at the discretion of our CFO to keep us in the loop?
No, I don't believe so.
So you bond 1.5, you're just going to we're going to hand the building committee a checkbook for $1.5 million, and that's it.
Authorize or 1.5, they will have 1.5 to spend. I won't bond it for several months. It'll be a
No,
long
understand.
time, but yeah.
No, but you lose
But if the-
control over it. If you
Let's
bond
use control.
1.5,
Yeah.
it goes to the
whatever you
building committee
authorize
and they
the
spend
building
it.
committee to have, they have.
Unless we change the bond resolution to say that it doesn't
There would
go
have-
exactly
there
to
would
the
have
building
to-
committee.
Yeah, I mean, there would have to, I mean, that'd be something unusual, like if all of a sudden next week you decided you didn't trust the enrollment projections and boom, you could, like, I guess, revisit it, or I don't know if you could or not after the RTM had passed.
I'm just asking if there's
I
a
don't know.
process. If there's
I
not a
don't know if
process,
there's any
then
way to
that's
bring
the
that
answer.
back.
Thank you, Mr. DeWitt. Mr. Becker, let's go to you.
Yeah, just along those lines, thinking about maybe ways to include in the wording a little more specifically what we want. So if we want these alternates, or we want specific items, if we want some sort of specific report back, okay, they're formed in 3 months, we want X before they start really spending the money and doing it. Maybe we can add that. I know we've altered some
I
of
think
the
Mary's already
resolutions
making a list to add
before,
to this
so-
bond resolution, so
Yeah.
I think that's a
It
definite
seems like that's
alternative,
the
too,
most
right?
viable sort of way, and we've done similar, it's a little unique.
Yeah, no, I know
But
what
we've
you-
done some similar things before.
Mr. Cullen, what's reasonable here on an expectation for us? You've run these projects before. So what's reasonable? You understand what we're trying to get to here.
Well,
What's a reasonable process?
I've said in the beginning when we started this discussion that whether the Mill Hill renovation addition is a 504 occupancy, a 441, or a 378, they're still going to need this 1.5 million to do it. And if we don't spend it, it goes back to the town.
Or part of it, use it as.
Or reduced to the project estimate that's going before
So
you.
what are you prepared to tell the building committee in their charge, though?
As Mr. Dwyer, you said that you'll direct them to come up with these 3 different scenarios, right? See, I guess the fear is, the paranoia, is we've seen building committees like Ludlow's. And, right? So we just don't want that. And, I'm prepared to fund this seed money. I just need to hear that we're going to get these 3 scenarios. The building committee is going to be told exactly what to do. They're not going to go rogue on us. And that we're going to get everything that's on this sheet of paper as well. Can we guarantee that?
I can guarantee that I will give my strong voice that the building committee ought to listen to the tape of this meeting and pay attention, no, I'm serious, pay attention to the Board of Finance and my own. I'm not talking for the other 8 board members, that they ought to say, design to this, deduct alternative for 441. Mr. Walsh says do a third alternative, and say that is what you're supposed to do. I don't supervise the building committee. All I can do is put my strong voice out there. I do suggest that the Board of Finance actually appoint a liaison to the building committee to go to the meetings, and if they see the building committee straying, you have a voice beyond the Board of Ed that might get listened to.
Be a Board of Ed member, you can put a Board of Finance member on it.
Thank you.
And they can come report back to us like we've had, as soon as the building committee is appointed, like we did with the golf course, and then we have them come back to us and just, we had a general discussion about that, and
I like
That's
that
something
idea of having them come back to us, having the chairman of the building committee come back to us.
So yes, I hope the 1.5 gets approved. I hope that you trust that the building committee is going to get very clear direction on the question as to what is the appropriate size of the building in terms of classrooms, and then come to you next spring with a real number that you can count on, and here is the cost. I keep using 3 classrooms because I really do believe in the long term a 21 classroom building is the minimum that you can deal with. But
I don't,
nonetheless,
I don't want them to favor one plan over another.
yeah, no, the deduct will be a deduct, and then you'll know the number.
I just don't want a favoritism to one plan over another.
But we can't have full schematics done on this until this decision's made. Mr. Cullen, you understand that, right? You can't have full schematics done.
Well,
It'd be a waste
I
of
think-
money.
I'm not sure you understand schematics versus design documents.
Okay.
Schematics are ideas. There's schematics, they're going to look at the site, they're going to take the geotechnical information, the ledge, the survey, the utilities coming in, and they're going to develop some ideas of where an addition could go based on a 504, a 441, or a 378. So, and they're going to start coming up with schematics that are good enough that the construction management company can look at them and put prices to all the specification codes within the divisions of that building. So those are schematic designs. I think you're thinking more of design documents, design development documents, or, they're stamped drawings ready to go for a permit. They're
Are
not
we going to
doing
be, are we going to be doing, using the traffic and sign consultant prior to deciding what size school we're going to do?
that. Yes.
We are, okay.
Traffic consultant will be very important because a lot of the neighbors in that area have asked that a traffic study be done. The existing parking lot holds 89 spaces with 3 handicap. The ed spec will say for an elementary school we need 90 to 100. So we're close with that, but with the buses going in and out of there, the parent drop off and pick up, you definitely need a traffic study done for that site in that neighborhood.
Okay. Anybody else? Seeing none?
Is there a bonding resolution for this?
Yes, there is.
Can we require a limitation in there that they have to provide us with 3 alternates?
Well,
By
I was going to
amending
do
it?
2 things. I would like to do that, and I also think I'd like to put in there that they need to come back to us
And-
once the chairman is appointed.
And if we do that upon the bond thing, it's going to have to go back to the Board of Selectmen, so they're on board with it. Because if
Is that
they're not on
correct?
board with it, I'm not on board with it.
That would be correct, and to confirm that, we have Mike Andretti here from Pullman Conley. He could maybe come up and...
So what would the process be? Thank you for staying, sir.
Interesting.
I imagine it has been. We aim to astound and amuse at the same time.
Thank you. Mike Andriana from Pullman and Comley. As Bob pointed out, the process would be, if you were going to make the type of amendments you're talking about, I think the proper thing would be to go back to the Board of Selectmen, get them to sign off on it. If they sign off on it, then it doesn't have to come back to this board
Yes.
before it goes to
Right.
RTM.
So as part of that, we'd add an amendment or add some additional language onto it that would require, with these funds, that they have to provide us with add alternates for 3 levels of funding.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. Would you be able to provide us some language? You think that would accomplish that?
Yeah.
Good.
Yes.
Okay.
And I think the language would be just alternates.
I
and
don't-
Let them
yeah, I
decide
think
whether it's added or
I think
not.
alternates, exactly right. Because I don't want to, again, I don't want to get, oh, we really want to design this, right? Okay, so what are the numbers we're dealing with there? Thank you, Mary, for the document. We're dealing with, what's the It's 504. It's what,
41? 378.
Okay. We have our attorney here. Mary, I don't want to steal your thunder. Do you want to do this, or do you want me to do this? You sure? All right, so we want to make an amendment to the bond resolution. And which area do you think the amendment should go? Okay, to accomplish two things. Number one, we want the chairman of the committee to come back before this board so we can explain exactly what we want right after he or she is appointed. And number two, we want to make sure that this 1.5 million addresses the three levels without prejudice towards one or the other that we want for this design.
Okay. Let's start with the second one with the three different alternatives.
Yep.
The best place for that would be in paragraph 1, where we describe and define the project. And so as we're reading down, 1.5 million for the costs associated with the planning, design, obtaining cost estimates for the renovation and expansion of Mill Hill Elementary School. I think right there, adding language, I was trying to
For
come up-
consideration of three capacities, right?
Three alternate capacities.
Consideration of three alternate capacities. $378, $441, $504, without prejudice towards one. Without prejudice towards any option. Okay, so let me read this, and we'll do this as First Amendment. Does that make sense, sir?
Yes.
All right. So I'm going to put the bond resolution before us. So let me do that first, just to make sure. Resolution appropriating $1.5 million for the costs associated with the planning, design, and obtaining cost estimates for the renovation and expansion of Mill Hill Elementary School, and the cost of relocation of temporary classrooms installed at Mill Hill Elementary School, and authorizing the issuance of bonds to finance such appropriation. I'm going to read section, first of all, can I put that before us? Mr. Mottola, seconded. Mr. Walsh, the item is, the bond resolution itself is before us. In item number 1, I'm going to make a motion to amend item number 1 to say, as recommended by the Board of Finance and the Board of Selectmen, the Town of Fairfield hereby appropriates a sum of $1,500,000 for the costs associated with the planning, design, and obtaining cost estimates for the renovation and expansion of Mill Hill Elementary School, with consideration of three alternative capacities, 378, 441, and 504, without prejudice towards any option, and all costs of relocating temporary classrooms installed at Mill Hill Elementary School, which costs include architectural design, specialty consultant, environmental, engineering, and other costs and expenses that are related thereto, the project. Do I have a second to my motion? We'll take Mrs. Leclerc. Any questions, comments, concerns on my motions? Seeing none, all in favor? Those opposed, abstentions, that amendment carries. Now the second amendment.
My thought on the second amendment, I think the easiest thing to do would be to probably just add a brand-new paragraph or section 11.
Sure.
Just the sentence about having, what is the
Chairman
of the building committee come back to you?
After appointment of building committee chair, the Board of Finance requests his, her attendance at the next scheduled Board of Finance meeting to discuss the project.
Good luck finding one.
Yeah, is everybody okay with that?
Just a point of clarification there,
Yep.
and I don't know your exact schedule. This ultimately doesn't become effective until the RTM approves it. So
Understand.
it would be the Board of Finance meeting after RTM approval.
And after so he or she won't even be appointed, I don't believe, until after
Till
the
after that,
RTR.
which makes sense, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I would like to make a second amendment to the motion that says, after the appointment of the building committee and the election of a chairman, the Board of Finance requests the chairman's attendance at the next scheduled Board of Finance meeting to discuss the project. Do I have a second to that motion? We'll take Mrs. Marmion on the second. Anybody have any questions, comments, concerns on that?
And just, the intent is after the first meeting of the building committee, because the building committee actually
Yeah, they have to
elects
elect
its
them.
chair.
Yeah, exactly. All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? That item carries. Now, the bond resolution is before us as amended. I don't think I need to read it again. Anybody have any questions, comments, or other amendments on it?
Motion to waive the reading.
Make a motion to waive the reading. Do we have a second? Mr. Mottola. Okay. All in favor of the waiving? There we go. Opposed? There we go. All right. Any other questions, comments? Seeing none? Yeah, hang on just a second. Seeing none? Nobody? I'll ask for any public comment. I think you guys can all see the way this is going, but if anybody has a public comment, feel free. You have to come up and say your name into the microphone and your address.
Okay, Carmen Weber, 45 Split Rock Road. I'm a Mill Hill parent, and this is my 10th year at the school, and the last of my 3 children is there right now. And I'm also the current Mill Hill PTA president. I had prepared this whole statement, but after hearing all the support and stuff, it feels a little bit repetitive to say it. However, we are grateful for your support, and just to kind of sort of be on the record, I will go ahead and kind of tell you on behalf of the PTA what we're thinking. So I'm speaking tonight actually as both a parent and a PTA president, just to really assure you of the strong desire of the PTA and the Mill Hill community overall for you to approve this $1.5 million initial project funding requested just to initiate this really much needed renovation to our school. The passion of our community for this is strong, almost tangible. Many parents, like myself, have been around for several years, and we've watched the school deteriorate little by little. What was once a blue ribbon school and a driving factor in which neighborhoods we bought our homes in has over time fallen in need of many repairs, upgrades, and updates. And because of this, we've gone from really taking a lot of pride in our school to being concerned for the health, the welfare, and the safety of our children and staff. And even the parents that are newer to the school, recognize the needs and want these improvements, knowing that they have a lot of years ahead of them in those walls. So I know you've all received a lot of emails from concerned parents, and I think all of you, except for one, have toured the school within the last few days. So we're really grateful for that and appreciate you taking the time to come. And on those tours, you've seen, many of the deficiencies as well as the safety and security shortcomings firsthand. So just, as a school, we're really united in our determination to see this renovation become a reality. And again, grateful for the support and the recognition on your part as well. We did circulate a petition, and the 479 signatures as of a short bit ago really demonstrate the solidarity that, I think that you are already aware of. I think you all received it earlier, but I do have hard copies here, and I can leave them wherever you like, if you'd like to take a look at that. So, basically, we've been really patient, and we feel justified at this time in our request. It's our turn and our time, and you're all in agreement with that. There were a lot of people prepared to talk. I'm not sure if that's necessary or not, but some people may talk to some more specific things. But I'm just going to leave you with a very simple comment, which is, as I've said, we acknowledge and are grateful for your support. We really are. And we appreciate your consideration and even understanding the different scenarios. It's all very good conversation here. I was happy to hear it all. So really, what we're just asking, and it sounds like is already going to go, we hope, is that you approve this seed money that's needed to bring in the experts, really, to determine what needs done and how they're going to do it, and just figure all that stuff out so that our school can return to being a safe and appropriate place for our students and our staff. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Anybody else? You can actually leave those right over with our clerk. Thanks.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm Heather Nokta of Warner Hill Road, and I migrated here in 2012, and I'm not going to talk a lot. I just wanted to, I had a speech, not going to read it. Took a ton of notes. And
We have that effect on people.
Yeah, and you know what, that's great. I'm really grateful because everything I touched on, I think, is a mutual understanding, so I don't have to say it. What I would like to say is that you know, I'm not just a parent. I am on the PTA board. I'm also a certified interior designer and also a certified visual arts teacher. So I have a unique perspective on this project. I don't know what happened to you in the past here in Fairfield with building committees, but if I was never so excited to apply for it, I'm certainly excited now because I sat through this whole meeting and I'm hearing what you're saying. And if someone ever comes to you without multiple options, one or two, I don't think they're doing a good job for you. I don't know if I've ever had a client where I give one thing and one thing only, especially in a civic or an institutional setting, and assume that that would be acceptable. So I just wanted to say that. That's the one thing I'm really taking away. You had a lot of questions. I think the 1.5 is solid. I think it needs to be done. There's so many factors that go into schematic planning. Forget conceptual, but now we move to schematics. After schematics, you're going to have design development, and after the design development is the technical drawings you were referring to, which is in construction documents. That's not going to happen yet. So there's so much that needs to happen and so much information that architects, designers, engineers need before they can actually even, you know, move forward past schematic design. Okay, thank you. And
Thank you so much.
You should volunteer for this committee.
All right, anyone else? See, we have that chilling effect. Okay, so the board, I'm going to bring it back to the board. So the bond resolution is before us as amended. I'm going to call it for a vote. All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? The item carries. After a long discussion, thank you. Thank you. All right, I'm going to ask for just a literally quick 2-minute break for board members that have been so nice, and then we'll jump right back in this. No, we're approaching the time of night where John Matola gets grumpy if we go much further.
Nothing good happens at a Board of Finance meeting after 11 o'clock.
There you go.
You mean that time of the morning when you get grumpy.
Yes. All right. We're at item number 6. To hear, consider, and adopt a bond resolution recommended by the Board of Selectmen entitled "A Resolution Appropriating $3.2 million for the costs associated with the planning, design, obtaining cost elements and construction for the renovation and expansion of Roger Sherman Elementary School, and authorizing the issuance of bonds to finance such appropriation." Can I have a motion to put that before us? We'll go with Ms. Desmo. We'll go with a second with Mr. DeWitt. The item is now before us. Welcome back, gentlemen. How are you?
Good.
You have to stop speaking so much, Jeff. All right, go right ahead.
Thank you. So in your booklet on page 1 starts the breakdown for Sherman. As many of you know, when we originally wanted to start a renovation and addition at Sherman in 2009, the FEMA flood zone regulation prompted us to do it in multiple phases, or we'd have to lift the whole building up 8 feet, which wasn't cost effective. So you see there the detail in the first paragraph. In 2009, 2010, we did the annex building addition, which was a 6-classroom addition done by Philip Cerrone, architect. And then and we have to wait at least 12 months before we can reapply for another phase.
How many phases do we have left, Tom? Is this the last one?
Our goal is it will be the last one.
Okay.
It will depend on when the project team does the addition and renovation and the drawings and how much work we want to get done, and it meets the FEMA regulation, which is in the packet I gave you from Jim Wendt of Planning and Zoning. So
I thought he was trying to say it's the last one he's doing.
If by chance a lot of the work that's required to finish this project come in over those limits, then we will have to probably cut them back and do a phase.
So your concern is, this is a hard cap, because we can only spend so much on this school, or else we run up against the same FEMA issue we had before.
Correct.
So that whatever this can finance and get done, it will get done. If it doesn't get done the full scope, that would lead to, in another year and a half or two, another
Possible phase 4.
phase 4 to fix whatever was not able to be addressed through this. Is that fair?
Correct. That's fair.
Questions from board members on this project? Anybody have anything?
No, I think we've been so versed on it over the years.
Right.
And we've been expecting this last phase that we're very versed on this project. I mean, I know that we have new members, so, obviously, I don't mean to speak for you guys, but we've just been talking about this and waiting actually for it to come.
Yeah, I've actually
before
been
us,
surprised how long it's been.
Yeah, we've been pushing it out because of other projects rolling in.
Yeah. Okay.
It is overdue.
I'm not going to belabor it. Nobody has any questions? Okay, anybody from the public have any questions on this?
The answer is no.
What's this? You never learn that thing about when you have a sale, right?
Oh, my God.
Hi, I'm Linda Erickson, Sherman parent. I've been here for a few hours, so I may as well make my voice heard. Yes, I hope this is supported. Certainly, it's been placed on the back burner. Other things have come up that I guess have been more pressing, but yes, this needs to happen. My kids are not going to reap the benefits of these upgrades and improvements, but my neighbors' kids will, and other people in the community, which will benefit all of Fairfield. So I hope this gets moved right along, and thank you.
Thank you very much for being here, and thanks for staying late this evening.
I'd like to reconsider it all.
Now I have a bunch of questions.
Since she spoke,
I
I've had
just thought
time
of
to
a
think
bunch of
about
questions
it.
while you're up here talking.
Okay. Only kidding. Any other comments from board members? Anybody else? Seeing none, can I ask to waive the reading of the resolution?
Motion to waive the reading.
Seconded by Mr. Mottola. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, I'll waive the reading. Item number 6, I'll just read the little blurb here. Here, consider and adopt the bond resolution as recommended by the Board of Selectmen entitled "A Resolution Appropriating $3.2 million for costs associated with the planning, design, obtaining cost estimates, and construction for the renovation and expansion of Roger Sherman Elementary School, and authorizing the issuance of bonds to finance such appropriation." All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? That item carries. Thank you. And then the last item for the night, to hear, consider, and act upon any other communications. I do not have any. So seeing none, do I have a motion? We'll go with Mr. DeWitt. Do I have a second? We'll go with Mr. Mottola. The motion is to adjourn. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Abstentions? Good night, everybody.